everybody, Carmen and Reva here. Welcome back for day 2 of our first ever virtual Sweetheart Sale and Education event. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited that you are all here. I hope, how many of you were here yesterday?
I was.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, we're good.
So what did you like about yesterday? We would love for you to tell us what your favorite thing about yesterday was. So let me tell you, if you're joining us for the first time, we're going to tell you a little bit about what we have in store for you today and sort of the outline. We have another great day planned with lots of content. The way this goes is you see us in between, and then we have different educators who are coming in to share different amazing things throughout the day. We give away prizes. Door prizes for watching live. So you're going to want to stick around all day because almost every time you see me, we're going to give away a door prize. And then, of course, if you're watching this later, you still can win. You can like, comment, and share to win this beautiful sublimation printer that's in front of me here. So, Reva, can you tell us a little bit about who we're going to see today and what we might learn about?
It is going to be a fun day. We have lots of really cool content for us for the event today. So we're going to start off by learning how to make garments that fit with Allison from Ditto, and that's going to be really, really awesome. And then we're going to have
look at that. We have a fancy slide today.
You know, we are so high tech.
We are so high tech.
So yeah, Carmen did mention that this is our first ever Sweetheart Sale, and we have a new filming room, and it's really awesome. So we do have Amanda from Ditto, and she's going to share with us all the ins and outs and how easy it is to make garments that actually fit you. And then we have actually a lot of activity here in the studio today.
Yes.
We have Devin with Kai, who's going to share with us why Kai scissors are great.
They're my favorite scissors.
They're my favorite too. But also what scissors are good for when and what. So that's really awesome.
Yeah, and there is a scissor for every job, and he's going to talk through some of his favorites.
Yeah, and if you don't have the job, buy the scissor anyway, because that's what I do.
Yeah, exactly. You need it just in case.
And then we have our quilting expert Angelina with us, and she is going to be a full Rebel today, and she's going to show us all about the new Rebel and Cutie Breeze. So that's going to be lots of fun. And then we also have Christy from Bernina going to be showing us how to use decorative stitches to make a bookmark.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that.
It's really a cute project. It's really neat, and she uses Ada cloth. And so it's really
cool.
fun.
I'm excited.
Yeah. And so she showed me what she had made. It's really cute. And then we have Angelina is also going to be talking about Quilters Select, which is rulers and rotary cutters and cutting tools. And she's made this amazing quilt using the tools. And she's going to show you even the newest ones, how she used those to make this quilt and what they do,
right?
Because you look at them and they're like, I wonder what that does. She's going to show us. So that's really
exciting.
awesome. And then this weird person named Reva is going to, I'm going to talk about multi-needle machines and how fun they are. And I absolutely love the machines. And so hopefully if you have one, you'll learn a little bit. And if you don't know about them, then you'll learn something too. But we're going to have a good time with that one as well. So we have a great lineup, and I think that kind of wraps up the official, but we have...
Well, yeah. So
let's pop it up there so I can remember what it is. Okay. Oh, and we have Carmen.
You almost forgot about me.
Yes, I did.
And this
will be illuminating.
It will be illuminating. Yes. All about daylight lamps. It's going to be great because you need better light for your room. It will help you. Here in Seattle, sometimes it's dreary, right? It's so good to have good lighting because it helps.
No matter where you are, even at night, if you like, a lot of us have to sew after work, so it's great to have good lighting there. So.
Yes. So real quick, I just want to remind everybody, if you missed yesterday, you can go to our YouTube channel and you can re-watch it. We have even put in the timestamps for you. So that way, if you want to go back and watch a particular segment from yesterday, we have the timestamps. You can go in and go to the different, I think they're called chapters. Is that? Yes. Okay. I'm getting the nods from my team. They're called chapters. We are all learning together. Like we said previously, this is the first time we have done this. So, bear with us if there's a technical issue or something. We will get it fixed. We are still here. This is the first time we've done an event like this. And so it's been really fun, but also because of that, since this is live, yesterday our timing did get a little bit off, and today we think we have some plans so we can help keep it on point, but if we're off by a little bit, we're trying our hardest, but it's live, so sometimes things just take a little bit longer or they're a little bit shorter. So, and then of course you can always, if you can't watch everything today, you can always go back and watch it again later. And this is our Sweetheart Sale, and our sale is going on from now until February 19th. So we are talking about different sewing machines, sergers, quilting systems, and also a lot of notions and accessories. And we have some really great deals on all of these things, and you can purchase everything that we are talking about on our website. You just go to the banner at the top of the website and it says Sweetheart Sale. So you want to go there and you can look at all of the different notions and accessories, and all the notions and accessories are on sale at a low price. But what about the machines, Reva?
The machines are at a great price, and if you go to our website, you're going to see them there. However, when you rewatch the video or what you see coming up, you might see a little flashing little thing that says call for better pricing.
Yes.
And the reason why is because the manufacturers of products have put boundaries on what we can actually publish online and say online. So we have
and our price is just too low, you guys.
Yep,
so if you want our great sale price, you have to just give us a call on our 800 number or come into any one of our store locations, and we can give you what our amazing special price is on these different products, because on most of the machines, we have a special lower price for you. You just have to give us a call on the 800 number or call a local store or come into a local store and we can get that price for you. So don't miss out.
And there is one other thing. Yeah. All the machines that we're showing you yesterday and today, we can ship to you.
Yes, exactly. We can ship to you no matter where you are. I see we have someone out today who's watching from Colorado, from all over. We can ship to you. So right now, who is ready for door prizes?
Yay!
Right? Who wants to win something? Give me some shout outs here. We really appreciate that people are watching live. It makes our job way easier, so much more fun when you are here with us, asking us questions. We want you to ask questions throughout the programming today because it's more fun. We know if you're understanding what we're saying. We also know if we miss something, because sometimes when we're just live talking, right, sometimes we'll miss something and you ask a great question and it answers it for everybody, which is awesome. So we have, if you were here yesterday, you know that we are trying to give away things that are pink, right? So because, it's a Sweetheart Sale. So the first thing we're going to give away.
Let them salivate at what might be in the box.
Okay, there's something special in the box, everyone, that you will all love. I think
and if you don't want
it,
I'll keep it.
Right, we can share it. Okay, so first thing, let's do the Stash and Store. This is the Stash and Store here, and Reva will explain it. And of course, we are giving away the pink one because that works for our theme here.
Yeah, so the Stash and Store is really fun. You notice it has this fun little flower pattern on here, and this is silicone, and so they have some give to them, but they're great to have by your sewing machine or wherever you might, because you can just slip your little notions that you want to use right in it. So I keep my scissors in it. I have one by my sewing machine. This happens to be the one we have for our supplies here for filming, but everything can fit in there, and then it's not rolling around your tabletop.
And they have them in the big size or the small size. And what I love is that, you see how they're not really, I'm shaking it and they're not falling out. I love that it doesn't brush off my table quite so easily, if that makes sense. And then I can find it, because I don't know about you, but how many times are you where's my seam ripper, right? Because it's somewhere underneath your fabric. Easier to find things. So this pink one here is going to our lucky winner. Are you ready? Elaine Hurlbert. This is for you. Awesome. So if you win the prize, please just private message us, and we will figure out if you're going to pick it. You can pick it up at a store if you live locally, or we can ship it to you, of course, if you don't live in Western Washington. Awesome. Okay, prize one done. The next prize is our beautiful ta-da! Sparkle vinyl.
And we have a beautiful
We're giving away red because that is close. Yesterday we gave away pink.
Yes. So what this is a fabric that has beautiful sparkle on the front, and it's called Luxe Sparkle Vinyl. So it's different than the heat set vinyl that you might use with your scan and cut to iron onto t-shirts. This is actually a fabric, so you can use it when you make bags or when you do applique.
The back is nice and soft. It feels like fabric, you know, more than...
it is fabric.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's not just like just a sheet of vinyl.
Yeah, and then you can use it for other fun things like the OESD freestanding houses, or wouldn't it be pretty to put some in the leaves of the plant?
Yes. So yesterday we had a segment on the OESD freestanding embroidery designs, and so one of them we talked about was these plants here. This is all done in the embroidery hoop. So if you missed that segment, be sure to go back and watch it. It was a really good one. It has lots of tips and tricks if you want to do freestanding embroidery like this or the lace freestanding embroidery.
Right. Yeah, so we should give
Okay, we should give that one away. That one is going to Paula DeBach. Congratulations,
Yay,
Paula. You have won the red sparkle vinyl. Okay, next we have some beautiful Aurifil thread.
Verona Mauve.
Verona Mauve. You get 3 colors. So you get a cream, sort of a mauvey pink, and then a little bit more beigey pink color. So it fits into our theme. Reva, can you tell us about the Aurifil thread?
Aurifil thread is awesome thread, and this is designed for piecing your quilts. And it is a little bit of a finer thread, so it's not as bulky as a regular sewing thread. So you're going to get more accurate seam allowances and piecing, and your size ends up.
It's a 50 weight thread, and quilters seem to love this thread.
This is the favorite thread for quilters.
For quilters, yeah, really a premium thread. Okay. This is pretty. Everyone needs more thread. Exactly, Alice. I agree with you. Okay, this one is going to Denise Gilbertson. Congratulations,
Yay,
Denise. Okay, the next one is this beautiful, this is purple. We're calling it close enough to pink here. These are brand new. We have a whole bunch of these different needle sets that are new, and we've been talking a lot about needles and how important it is to change your needle every 8 hours of sewing, or the minute your machine makes a hiccup or skips a stitch, right? You want to, and it's important to have all the right needles on hand. And this tin is designed for quilting, and it has 6 different packs of needles in there. So what's in there, Reva?
So I have a couple of packs of quilting needles. There are 3 packs of quilting needles, a top stitch package, a sharp Microtex, 2 of those. So there are 6 packs of needles in here. And how often should you change your needle, Carmen?
At least every 8 hours, or the beginning of a new project, or I change my needle anytime my machine makes a weird noise. Or like if it's just something is just going terribly wrong with my machine, like what are the things we always need to do?
That's the first thing to do is check the needle.
Check the needle.
And then rethread completely, but always change your needle.
Exactly. And sometimes if the height of your needle's too small, it'll shred your threads. So needles are amazing. You need a whole thing in there. So, okay, who wants to win this one? Let's see. This one is going to go to Miss Vivian Hay.
Yay,
Vivian Hay, congratulations. Okay, so now we have our final sweetheart door prize of the hour. Don't worry, we're going to have more door prizes for those of you watching live.
Look at that cute little box.
You get this little box, so it's like a little Valentine box, and inside we have...
Are you ready? I got to turn it this way.
Turn it that way.
Everyone's going to want this. This is sewing related. This is completely sewing related.
100% sewing related, yeah, for sure.
Seattle chocolates.
Seattle chocolates. So across the street from our location here in Seattle is where the Seattle chocolates, where they make amazing chocolates. They make bars, they make truffles, and we thought for a sweetheart sale, a door prize should be chocolate, because I know sometimes I need a piece of chocolate.
Yes,
so, yes, I do. Reva knows. She throws chocolate at me across the office when I need a piece of chocolate. Yep.
And just a disclaimer, we are in Tukwila, not Seattle.
Yes, we are in
Seattle
Tukwila.
Chocolates. And by the way, they do have a factory there that you can get a tour.
The tour is super fun. We all did that recently. Highly recommend it. And it's a great product. They just amazing.
And they're nice people.
Really nice people, locally owned, which we always love, to supporting other locally owned businesses. Okay, so the chocolate is going to, you ready? Sharon Dennis, you are the winner of the chocolate box. So you're ready for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, ready.
But you don't have to wait till Valentine's to eat the chocolate.
Yes. So. And if you don't want it, we'll eat it.
Yeah, if you don't want it, we can share it. Yeah. All right, so we have a really fun day in store for you. We have lots of great content. I'm a chocolate person.
Oh, yay, Sharon.
We got the right person won. That's awesome. Okay. So we have a great day in store for you. Lots of fun content. We are going to have demos again. There's going to be some educational tips and tricks. There's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to have more door prizes throughout the day for those of you who are watching live. We really want to give you all kudos for being with us, because it's so much more fun when you comment. when you like it, when all that good stuff, and you ask your questions, because it helps us know if what we're saying is making sense.
Yeah, please ask questions.
Ask questions. It really helps us out. We love it. And it makes us feel like you're here in the room with us, which is really what we like, because we love interacting with each of you. And we hope you really enjoy all of the segments that we have today. I think you will, because we also have some really great offers today on some of the different machines that we're talking about. And we will recap a little bit later some of the offers that we had yesterday as well, because the sale just started and we are going to have it going until February 19th. Some items, though, are limited to stock on hand. So if you see something today that you're interested in, you want to order it. Throw it in your shopping cart. You can, we do free shipping for any orders over $100 to the contiguous US. So that is pretty awesome. Also, if you live locally, you can always just throw it in and say, pick up in store. And you can make a couple orders and then we'll get it all to the store location and they'll give you a call when all of those items are there for you to pick up. And like we've talked about, we have special prices on machines that are above and beyond what is published on the webpage right now. And that is because our manufacturers have asked us, we only have a certain price that we can put there, but we have a deal that is so good we couldn't publish it. So to get that deal, you're going to want to call our 800 number or call one of our store locations or just come into a local store. And everything that we are talking about can be shipped anywhere in the U.S. and it is all on our webpage. How do they find it on the webpage, Reva?
Well, if you go to QualitySewing.com, there's a nice pink banner right at the top, and all they have to do is click on that, and then you're going to be able to find everything that we've talked about. And if there's something that you do remember the name of, you can simply put it in the search bar and look for that specific thing. But why not look through everything, right?
Exactly. So easy to go shopping. And then what is the other thing we are giving away? If you like, comment, or share.
And this goes all the way through the 19th. You can rewatch up to the 19th, the beautiful Brother sublimation printer, and we did talk about that yesterday, so you can go back and watch that video.
Yes, Reva had a really amazing segment on the print moda and the sublimation printer. They're both pretty new. They really can expand your sewing and quilting and crafting. Highly recommend checking it out. She had a ton of really cool samples that really showed all the different ways that you can use it. Like, I was definitely inspired. I mean, I love the pillow, the banner. I mean, so much fun stuff.
Fun.
So you'll want to check that out. So I think that Amanda with Ditto is just about ready for us. We're going to check in with her and see if she's ready. So have fun, ask questions, and we do have specials happening. So let's see. Amanda, are you ready for us? I think she is.
I'm Amanda. I am a
we're having sound issues.
We're having some technical difficulties, but she'll be right there.
I'm super excited to share with you Ditto.
I don't think she can hear us either.
I don't think she can.
So hopefully we can.
All about the hardware, the app.
Okay, there she is.
Okay, here we go.
Maybe patterns that you can project onto your fabric. So if you have any questions throughout this demo, please put them in the chat. I am coming to you from my home studio outside of Philadelphia. So if there's any technical issues or anything like that, just bear with us as we get through it. So let's get started. First, I want to talk about what comes in the Ditto box. So Ditto is a pattern projector. So what you're going to get when you order your Ditto is, and I want to make a note, ignore my camera here. That is just so I can show you my table. And the reason I point that out is because Ditto does not need to be mounted to your wall or ceiling or anything, which is really fantastic. No permanent setup, although if you'd like a permanent setup, that's an option for you. So first, it is this projector up here, and it is attached to this tension mounted beam, which means it goes between your ceiling and floor. Anywhere between 7.5 and 10-foot ceilings will be just fine. And you just prop this into place and you're able to adjust the projector on the beam once it's in place. It takes less than 10 minutes to set up. It's really fantastic if you do not have a dedicated sewing space. You can set this up at your dining room table, or you can have it in a permanent space. For me, mine is right against my wall right here, and my table slid up against it, so it really only takes a few inches out of my sewing space, and it looks really nice and sleek, and it's going to help me project my patterns. So also in the box, you're going to get this mat here, which this does fold up. Again, makes it really easy to move and take it to different spaces in your house or to a friend's house or wherever you're sewing. You're also going to get a rotary cutter and these handy weights. Everyone really loves these heavy duty weights. They're really nice and hold your fabric down as you're cutting, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. You're also going to get a set of splicing stickers. And these stickers help you cut something that is larger than the mat. The mat is 24 by 36. And sometimes, you know, a pair of pants will be bigger than that. These stickers are going to help you move your piece along. So I'll show you that as well in a moment. So that comes in the box. You're also going to get a 3-month free trial of our subscription. You do not need a subscription to use Ditto. However, a subscription is really going to unlock all the features Ditto has to offer. So I'll talk about that as well when we get into the website and our app. So that's everything that comes in your box. Really easy to set up and get started. I do get the question a lot, can I use my own cutting mat? And the answer is yes. So this mat, you can cut on it, but the main purpose is for calibration. So this projector is really easy to calibrate and make sure you get that perfect projection in the right percentage of your piece. This mat's gonna help you do that. So some people like to switch out their mat and use their own mat that they have, whether it's self-healing or not. So if you have a favorite mat, you can use that for Ditto. You're just gonna use this mat for calibration. You can also cut on this mat, which you'll see. So that is everything that comes in the box. So now I want to show you our website and how to get patterns. So give me a second to switch over my cameras. Okay, so here I am on my iPad. And what I want to show you is this is our Ditto Patterns website. So you'll go to dittopatterns.com, and the website is where you're going to purchase your patterns, or if you have a subscription, add your patterns to your library. I'm going to show you some of our patterns here. So we currently have over 900 patterns in our website. We're adding more occasionally. So definitely check out our email newsletter or our website to find out when we're adding patterns. And there's even a section for new arrivals. And you can see here that we have a mix of our Ditto branded patterns. It'll say Ditto above the name of the pattern, or some of those third-party patterns you know really well, like Liesl & Co., Style Arc, Simplicity. So we have lots of options for you, the things you already know, as well as the Ditto branded patterns. Today, I want to focus on our Ditto branded patterns because those are the ones that you can adjust style as well as size. And that means you can actually enter your measurements into these patterns and get a custom fit. So let me go here. We'll pick out a dress. Any of these that say customizable here, you see this little yellow bubble. That means you can do more than just enter your measurements. This means that you can also choose things like necklines, sleeves. There's a little different options for each garment. So this one here, if I wanted to change the length, it'll change the illustration here. I can also choose my sleeves and it changes for me. So that's one aspect of the customizations. That is called style customization. The really exciting part about Ditto is that you can actually enter your measurements and get a perfect fit. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start with choosing a base size, and there is a handy size chart here that you can use to get, you know, kind of close to whatever you need to. And don't worry, we're going to enter our measurements, so you don't need to worry about it falling in a perfect category, because none of us do. So if you're between sizes, Ditto is really handy because you're just going to pick a starting size and then we're going to customize it. So I'm going to give this a name and I'm going to hit add to library. So now you can see here this dress I just added is in my pattern library, and it has all the information of how I customized it. Also, if you go down here, you'll see things like fabric, notions, yardage needed. So everything is on our website there for you. And we're going to hit size customization. Now, when you hit size customization, this brings up for women 17 points of measurements that you're going to enter to get a custom fit garment made just for you. There's two ways of entering your measurements. You can click on a single one and re-enter the number and just go through and enter all of them. If you have questions on how to take a measurement, each measurement has a little diagram to show you where to measure, including, we can click here. So we take all of this into account. Another way to enter measurements is you can click Saved Measurement Profiles. So you can actually have multiple profiles saved to your account that then get automatically added when you click that saved measurement profile. So you could have some for your husband, your sister, your kids, whoever you are sewing for, you can have multiple in there. So then I'm going to hit apply. And you can see here now this dress under size customization now says custom fit Amanda. So this dress is adjusted to my size and it's the style I want. So that's what you're gonna do on our website. On our website, you're gonna shop for patterns, you're going to customize them, and you're going to enter your measurements. Once it's all in place in your library and it's customized, we can now move to the app. Now, before we move to the app, I do want to share with you how our subscription works. Here's our options for subscriptions. You can do a monthly subscription or a yearly subscription. Our monthly subscription is $9.99 and the yearly is $99.99. So you do get a little bit of a savings with that yearly plan. And what you get with the subscription is the ability to customize and add as many Ditto patterns as you want to your library. So our patterns are, I will show you here. You can see there is a price underneath them. The patterns are individually priced. You can purchase them individually. Or if you have that subscription, which is 1 month is less than a cost of one of these patterns, you have the ability to add it multiple times to your account in any size, in any style customization available to you, and apply as many measurements as you want. So it's really fantastic if you're making even just one garment a month or not even. It's a savings to get that subscription and be able to add unlimited patterns to your account. It also gives you access to our Bring Your Own Patterns feature. So right now, let me show you this. We have the new ability, this just came out, to upload your own patterns. So if you have patterns, PDF patterns that you love and you've been using for years and years and years, you can now upload them to your account, and use them with your Ditto projector. And I will show you an example of one of these projected. So as long as it's in PDF format, you will be able to now project that pattern that you own. And that is part of the subscription. Okay, so now I want to show you the app. So let's see here. All right, so this is the Ditto app, and I am doing this on my iPad, but you can also do this on a phone, any iOS or Android device. The website you can access on your device or on a computer, but the app is for iOS or Android only. So I have it on my iPad. I also have it saved on my phone. I get the question a lot, can I add it to multiple devices? And the answer is yes. You can have it on your phone, you can have it on your tablet. And this is the little home page here of this app. You can see you can go right to dittopatterns.com with that yellow tile. We also have a tutorial tile, and this will show you how to set up your projector, how to connect to the Wi-Fi, calibration, and all things like that. If you are interested in Ditto, I highly recommend downloading the app. It's free, and just looking at some of these tutorials. We also have a YouTube page that you can watch and see kind of how easy it is to set up and get started with Ditto. All right, so once you click My Pattern Library, I'm going to click on here, and you can see this is the same library I had on my website, or on the website. And this, and here is that dress that I had just customized. You can see on the upper right there, it has my name and when I last edited it. You can click yardage and notions like we had on the website, as well as instructions. And all this information is really fantastic being in an app because if you're fabric shopping, you can just click this yardage and notions tab here, and you know how much fabric to buy while you're shopping. So there's no need to make a list. Everything is in your pocket ready to go. So now I'm going to bring you to the workspace here. So this is your workspace. And I want to just walk you around all the pieces here. So you can see in the upper left is the name of the dress. You can see we have tutorials and sewing instructions as buttons, so that will bring you right back to those other tiles we talked about. Ditto breaks down your garment into main, lining, interfacing, and other. So it's really easy to keep track of what you need to cut just by going through those buttons. There's also a reference layout depending on the width of your fabric. It'll tell you or suggest how you can lay out your pieces. And then here's your pattern pieces. So to bring a pattern piece in, you just hold it down with your finger till it kind of lights up or hovers there, and you drag it into the workspace. And I dropped it. So I'm doing this all with my fingers, and I can just move this around like this. I can mirror it. I can rotate it. So if you want to do something on the bias or you want all your grain lines to go the same way, I can just bring these in here like this. So it's really fantastic. You can follow that reference guide or just start bringing these in. And this is really fantastic for just being frugal with your fabric. I'm not going to get crazy here, but you can see how easy it is to just bring pieces in and kind of puzzle piece them in there. Okay, so now I want to show you what it's like to project. I know this is what we all want to see here. So give me a moment to turn some of my lights off. And you can see you can see how as I get darker, how this shows up really nicely, the projection. I do have, it's daytime, I have light coming in. I did close my blinds, but you can see there's still a good amount of light in here. I can see my hands, I can see my cutting tools, but I'll be able to see this projection. Okay, so now here you go. This is my iPad screen. And what I'm going to do is hit send to projection, to projector. So now you can see this projected exactly what I had out there, and say I want to move a piece like this one, I want to mirror this. Okay, and now I can send to projector and watch as this piece moves. See, that just jumps, so it very quickly is adjustable as you're working. And I think I did mention how quick it is to calibrate this. So there is a little button. Let me show you here. Down in the center here, there's one that says calibrate. If you click this, this is going to tell you exactly how to calibrate your projector. It's as easy as taking a photo. So it takes seconds. I just wanted to show you that, but definitely watch our videos on calibration because it's really awesome. Okay, so now you can see that I have this projected, and I'm going to get some fabric out to show you how easy it is to cut. All right. So I just have some white cotton here, and I didn't iron it, but of course you would iron it before cutting your pieces. You can cut items on the fold. Some of these even say cut on the fold. You can cut 2 at a time. We have some videos if you're cutting something a little thicker, how to prepare your space for that. So all I'm going to do, say I'm ready to cut out this piece here, is I'm going to get this lined up, and I'm cutting 2 at once or double layer. I can put my weights down here like this. So this is where these weights come into play. They're going to hold my fabric in place. And this is where my rotary cutter comes into place. So I can just start cutting my piece. And I get the question a lot, are you able to see your lines as you're cutting? Your hand doesn't block them. And you can see here, I can easily see where I'm cutting as I cut. So just like this. Go here. And I am cutting on the calibration mat and the cutting mat. So again, you could switch it out, or use this mat that comes with your Ditto. No need to get a second mat. So you see here, now I have this perfectly cut piece, and this pattern was made to my measurements. So I can feel good about the fit. I'm getting a custom fit, and I can get right into cutting without wrestling paper or anything that right away. To mark your notches or anything like a zipper line or a dart, it's easy enough just to follow your markings here, like that. And something I like to do is, I will bring this out so you can see here, is let's just move this out of the way. I'm going to mirror this, and I'm going to send that. And you see this piece just flipped here. So now I can lay this like this right in top here, and I can continue adding my markings. This is really great too for marking things like buttonholes. You can just lay your front pieces on and just mark your buttonholes and flip it over as needed. It's also great if you're someone like me who always forgets to mark things. I don't have to go through all the paper and try to find that one piece. I can just project the piece I need, line it back up, and then do all these markings. So really easy and quick to do that. Because you can see through the projection and you're not covering up your fabric with a pattern piece. This is also really great for pattern matching or fussy cutting if you want a specific flower in a specific place. You're able to see right through. If you do embroidery and you want an embroidery centered like right on the cap of the sleeve, you're able to shift this fabric with your design right in place before projecting. So that's that. The next thing I wanted to show you is what to do if you need to cut a bigger piece that is bigger than your table. So let's switch cameras here. So I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to clear them, and I'm going to bring in the skirt piece. There we go. So you're going to get this notice about splicing required. It's going to talk you through how to do this. So we're going to hit OK. And what's going to happen is there's these little red arrows that I'm going to press to move my pattern piece in the workspace. So let's send this to the projector. All right, so it sent this piece here. And you can see here that it is filling up my piece and it's ending right here. I'm going to slide my mat right down. All right. And I kind of have this funky piece here, but that's okay because I'm just demonstrating how to cut this out. So what you would do to cut a larger piece is, you see here I'm lining it up, and this is where these red dot splicing stickers are going to come into place. So what you do before cutting is you're going to place these stickers over the red dots that are projecting down here. All right. It also has white stickers. So now I'm cutting white fabric. I wouldn't necessarily use these, but if you're cutting red, you could use those white stickers. So now that I've got this, I would then cut my whole piece, which I'll do a little bit. And you see here I'm stopping at these points. Okay. And that's what great, if you pull it out of the way and you're unaligned, it's so easy to realign this. You just move it a little bit and get it back in place. So now everything is matched up. So I'm going to take my iPad, I'm going to click down to move the piece in my workspace and hit send to projector. And you're going to see that piece moved. So all I'm going to do to recut this is just slide it up until my stickers here line back up. Same with this one over here. Now again, I'm using a funky little piece of fabric, so I'm missing this. I wouldn't do this for a real skirt, but you can see just how easy it was. This all lined up that was already cut. So then I could go along and just recut the rest of my skirt here. So that's how easy it is to cut a larger piece. So that's how you do that. The last thing I want to show you is just what a PDF pattern looks like when you project, because they are a little different. So I'm going to go into patterns, and there's a few that I uploaded in here. So I'm going to click, let's click this one. This is one that I left the large and the extra large sizing. I used a third-party pattern program to leave those, and this is really great for grading between sizes. So I'm going to hit send to projector. And here you go. So this is what a PDF looks like. I left the 2 sizes because when you use a PDF pattern, you're not able to customize them to your measurements the way you can with Ditto patterns, but you can project the patterns you'd like, and then you're able to grade between sizes if you want. And you will just use that splicing feature to move around the file here. So I would just move around. I'm going to change my camera just so you can see it a little better. So I'm just using these red arrows to move around, and then when I get it a place that I like it, I can hit send to projector. And you see this projected, this other area. So that's how you go about the PDFs. So you're able to use your own PDFs as well as those Ditto patterns that are customizable to your size and measurements and the style that you want to get, those necklines, those sleeves. So this really opens so many opportunities to make so many garments that are a perfect fit for you, as well as to use your own PDFs that you already know and love. So I'm going to take a moment just to turn my lights back on. All right, so I just wanted to say thank you for joining me. Again, if you have any questions about Ditto, we'll be answering them in the chat, so please put your questions in the chat. We love hearing from you. So thank you so much for joining me, and have a wonderful day.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? Did you happen? I had to check to make sure my mic was on. We were just having the discussion if mics were on, and I thought, oh, what if I turned it off? Anyhow, I hope you loved the presentation there on the Ditto. It's really a fabulous system. Ditto is, as you heard, is a way for you to be able to create garments that fit you perfectly because it uses your measurements. So it is the projector, and it comes in this nice little box like this, but when you saw her set it up, or what her setup was, it's really doesn't take up much space, and you can just slip it in a closet if you're not using it. So what comes with, thank you, Lois. Oh, and I gotta tell you, if you guys have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, because we'll try to answer them here, and then we'll go from there. But the question was, what comes with the Ditto? Well, you get the projector and the stand, and that stand, I don't know if it was clear and clear enough, but that the stand for it, or the pole, is telescoping, so it's a tension rod. So that's what will attach in between the floor and the ceiling, so it's really easy to install because it really is like a cafe rod. And then you get a rotary cutter, you get those weights, which are beautiful, lovely weights, and then you also get the folding mat. It's a calibration mat, and you can also cut on it if you'd like to, but you don't have to use that mat. You can actually, once it's calibrated, you can actually use your regular standard mat if you'd like. And then also comes with the positioning stickers. So, and speaking of the positioning stickers, those are used, like she showed with that skirt, the big circle skirt, when you're needing to shift a piece that is larger than the projection area, it has a place for you to put the stickers on, and then that way when you shift, you can see exactly where to line back up with the next piece, so it's one whole piece when you cut it out. Now, you can reuse those stickers, and until they, here's how long you can use them. You can use them until they don't stick anymore. Okay. That's the kind of the rule of thumb. But once they don't stick anymore and you're out of stickers, they're the same size as the colored dots that you get at like Office Depot. They're just I think they're like a 3/4 inch circle. So you can just use those dots. They're really very easy to get. You might even be able to get them at the grocery store. So you can just use those. Okay, more questions. What if I have a taller ceiling? Oh, Wanda, excellent question. That's really easy, because in our stores we have ceilings that are much higher than the 10 feet because it works best with ceilings that are 8 to 10 feet tall, and it can go lower, but you need to have 51 inches between the projector and your cutting surface, which is really easy even with a 7-foot ceiling. Okay, so what if it's taller? All you need to do is secure the pole onto your table that you're going to be using. So what we've done at the stores is we've used zip ties to kind of just firm it up. And so you can find a multitude of different ways. You could probably even use duct tape if you want to, but who wants to do that? I'd make it prettier than that. Maybe a nice ribbon, some selvages, or whatever you like there. And do you have to attach it to the ceiling? No, you do not have to attach it to the ceiling. So if you want to attach it to your table, you can do that. It does not come with a bracket to attach it to the table, but you can attach it to the table in a way that you find works for you. We've gotten L brackets that we have attached to the table and to the pole here at our stores. And then of course it doesn't permanently attach to your ceiling even if you do use it with your ceiling, because it is simply a tension rod like a cafe rod. So it's really, really easy to use. Now as soon as this came out, the Ditto came out, I had to have one. So I think I was one of the first ones to get one because I couldn't help myself. I love the idea of being able to have an idea and to be able to create a garment immediately. So I want to show you this one. This one, a little top, I did this as a serger project from our Tuesday morning, our How Do I series on Tuesday mornings at 10 o'clock. So you can watch us on Facebook and YouTube. We're there, and we do all sorts of different topics every week. Now this little top, I was able to go from folded fabric, pull up a pattern from Ditto, cut it out and stitch it, and it was probably maybe 30 minutes long from fabric to a wearable garment. So that's what Ditto's going to do for us, is that you don't have to now, when you have the desire to wear something new or have a new garment, you don't have to go to the fabric store and look for a pattern and hope it's in stock and all those things. You can just go to Ditto, pull up the pattern you want, and of course if it's a Ditto pattern, you put your sizes in and it's going to fit you perfectly, which is so awesome. So I love that. And then we do have a special guest with us, and this model is wearing the Belle dress. So here's Carmen in the lovely spring dress of Belle. It has a full skirt and an off-the-shoulder look with a beautiful lace-up back. Isn't she lovely? Yeah. Thank you, Carmen. So anyway, isn't that cute? That was made by one of our gals here at the Tuck Willis store by Amy. And it's just really, it is a lovely dress. And that was it's a linen fabric that we had here in our stores. And if you didn't know, we do have a fabric in most of our stores now. So anyhow, the Ditto is going to help you with that. Now, another exciting thing is that Ditto adds patterns every month to their to the menu of patterns that you have accessible. There are men's, women's, children's, there's accessories, all sorts of different things that you can choose from. And then also you can now use your own PDF patterns and use those with the Ditto. So you don't have to worry about printing things up, wasting paper and resources, and then heaven forbid taping all those pieces of paper together. You can just project your pattern and you're ready to go, which is so awesome. So that is the Ditto. And we have more questions. Is 4 feet tabletop to ceiling enough space for it to project? Girl Friday, what's 4 times 12? 48. No, ma'am. Or I didn't catch the name. You need 51 inches. So if you have a surface, maybe you can adjust the height of your cutting table, or what I ended up doing was using like my dining room table because I have a high cutting table. My cutting table is actually higher than most. And then we have, do they have patterns for pet clothes? They do, and I'm sure they're even expanding on that one. And are there patterns for home decor? I believe there is some home decor, but I think that's a small category, and there are bags and other things like that. And like I said, men's and women's. But remember, it's all growing. And how many different sizes can be stored in the Ditto? I love the fashion show. So Carmen, you got a thumbs up on that one because she's a professional model. So how many can you store? You don't have to just store one set of measurements. You can put in multiple sets of measurements. So you can put your husband in there, your daughter-in-law, your grandkids, and then anytime you need something, you want to make something for them, you can just do that. Now here's my tip. If you want to do that, long before Christmas, get their measurements so you have plenty of time to make it. Okay, can you use your measurements in Ditto with patterns purchased on other sites? The Ditto works with your measurements and the Ditto patterns. So it doesn't have the ability to take something you bought from another site and control the pattern, because that would be a PDF and it wouldn't be adjustable. It's kind of like a Ditto pattern is pizza dough that isn't cooked yet, and you can stretch it to fit the certain pan that you have, or squish it to a smaller pan. But another pattern that's something else is already cooked and the pizza's already that size. So that is that one. Okay, any more questions that are coming up? I'm trying to read. So, okay, so if you have more, one more question. Do you think Ditto will be expanding to future include quilt patterns? Oh, I don't know, Carl. That's a great idea. I will make a suggestion on that one because, I've been texting the Ditto guy today, but I will make a suggestion on that. But just so you know, there is the Design and Quilt software, which is kind of like that, but it's not Projector, but you can create your own patterns and your own quilt things in that software. And so that might fit your needs, what you want. Oh, we have another question. If your ceiling is not completely smooth, would the tension pole still work? Okay. That brings up two thoughts in my mind. If it's not completely smooth, like a popcorn ceiling or maybe a textured ceiling, it should still work because it just needs purchase to have tension for it to stay there. If it's a sloped ceiling and it has an angle to it, then you may want to secure to your tabletop. And again, that's just really, really not a hard thing to do. We do that all the time because I should explain the little clamp we found. We got an L bracket, just a little L bracket that we attach to the pole, and then we use a clamp to clamp it, and it's a C clamp that you just screw and tighten down, and we use that to secure it to the table. Okay, and again, you can just pop it back into your closet because it just folds away so well. It's a pole, it's skinny. It goes away really easy. So anyhow, okay, I think that was all the questions on that. So let's look at the price, because before you put the slide up to our magic people over here, the Ditto, when I bought it, was $9.99, and that was a great deal. I thought that was fabulous. And they've had some price decreases, and we've been able to do some things. So are you ready for this? The price is now only $3.99. So they've lowered the price down, and it's actually an amazing price. So for $3.99, oh, heaven's sakes, think about all the time and the headache you're going to save by not having to tape stuff together. Nobody likes to tape paper together. And the resources that it wastes, oh my goodness. And heaven's sakes, after Thanksgiving, you're not quite the same size anyway, so you need to change the size, and then you'd have to print it all over and tape it all together. So this is a really great price, and we can ship this. So it's $3.99. The current regular manufacturer's price is $5.99. You can get it for $3.99, and just give us a call at 1-800-687-5175, or pop into your local store and we can get you one. In fact, they might even have one in stock, and you can take it home today if they do. So that's an awesome deal. But it's really a fun thing, and you're going to absolutely love it. It's going to save you lots of time. Oh, we have another question. How many patterns come with the initial price? You get a trial subscription to Ditto, and so then you have access to all the Ditto patterns during that trial subscription. And then after that, if you decide you don't want to have a subscription, you can just do it a la carte. You can just purchase the patterns that you want, and you have them forever. And then that still is so convenient, and they're about the same price as a standard pattern in the fabric store is. But if you decide to get the membership, then all the patterns that are Ditto patterns you have access to. And their library of Ditto patterns is always expanding, and also the other third-party patterns that they have in there are growing as well. So you'll see Liesl & Co., you see Simplicity, you'll see other patterns in there. And those ones are set as the manufacturer. The Ditto one is kind of like Mr. Potato Head. When you can pick and choose, you change the size, you can pick the different sleeves and do that sort of thing. But the ones from the manufacturers are more they're set more, they're defined a little bit more specifically for the style. So the monthly subscription is $9.99, but if you want to sign up for a full year, that's only $99.99, so you get 2 months free. So if you even were to do one pattern a month, that more than pays for it. So the monthly subscription will cost you less. So that's really fun. And can you purchase the fabric weight separately? At this time, they don't have them available, but they know that people want them because I've even asked. So, yeah. They may, but right now they do not have them. Oh, yes, Mr. Potato Head is my fave. You know, he's awesome. Okay, so, and if there's any more questions on Ditto, that's great. Otherwise, I think we should recap what I think of the sweetheart deal of the sale. And that is our wonderful, where did I put it? Behind me, didn't I? This is the freestanding lace bundle from OESD. And this bundle has all sorts of good stuff in it. So it has aqua mesh. This is the wash away stabilizer that kind of feels like fabric, but it washes right out with just cool water, and it doesn't damage your pipes or anything. It has a cornstarch base to it. And then we also have Badge Master, and this is a heavyweight clear wash away stabilizer, great for making patches, because then you don't have any of that shadowing and it will just pull away, and that's lovely. And you can even use these in conjunction with each other and do something really heavy. So when you're doing lace, it's really great to layer them together. Then also in the kit, you're going to get the alligator clamps, and these are the new alligator clamps. They have a bigger hole for your fingers here. They have the comfort grip, and what's really cool about an alligator clip is way down here at the tip. When you open him up, only the tips of his little beak open up. This part stays the same size. So when you're putting together your lace pieces, and Devin, right there in that bag, could you hand me any one of those things? I'll show you a lace piece. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. See, you notice the little, there we go. See the little nubbin right other side. This side, whichever side is the one that I'm not pointing to. Is it this side? Nope, it's this side. There you go. I have to get my fingers. Okay, so on this piece of the embroidery, it made a button, and on this piece, it made a loop. And you need to put the button through the loop in order to have our little snowman come together. And the buttons are really cool because then you can also button them, and then you can unbutton them when you're done using them. But to get the buttons through the holes, this little alligator clamp is really cool because you put the clamp in through the buttonhole, and his little mouth just opens up, and you can grab the button and pull it back down. Now, if you already have a pair of alligator clamps, you're going to want these anyway because they're a lot cuter than the old ones. Okay, so, and they also have the bigger hand holes and everything. Then it also comes with the button clips, and this will hold the piece together. As you button one section, you can put the clamp on it, and it holds the clip, and it holds it in place while you work on the next button, because you know, there's nothing more frustrating than putting a snowman together and you button him and then he comes unbuttoned when you go to the next button. So that's awesome there. And then some of the freestanding projects use fabric. So the freestanding applique projects have eyelets that need the holes drilled out to make a spot for the button. And that's what this little punch does. It's called the Perfect Punch. And you just set it on the place that you want the hole to be, and you push down, and it will drill a hole right through the fabric and everything. And we even have the little mats, and this all comes in the kit. So you have a little cutting mat that you put under where you're going to drill so you don't damage your cutting mat or your table. Okay, all right, so this is, let's look at the price for this. The regular price of this set is normally, dun da da, I remember the sale price, but I don't remember the regular price. So it has a value of over $113. It's on sale for only $69.99. So this is like the best deal of the day. So this is absolutely awesome. And this has been a very, very popular item. So I know you're going to want to grab yours. Okay, one more thing you might like about OESD, and that is, as I grab my little bits and pieces here, and that is Spree Club. Now, Spree Club is something that I know a lot of you are members of Spree Club, but every month, members of Spree Club get everything that OESD creates every single month. Now, these are the collections that were, I go back because I went a little fast. There's the one. This is what came out for January of this year. And I just printed a couple. These are, each page is a different collection. So all of these collections came out in January. I guess I got to go a little bit faster because you're going to get bored just looking. And this was the full alphabet. This one's really cute. It's an Easter silhouette. They're just really darling. You've got the class of 2024 cut work crosses, and then the cake box. That was January. Now, here, if you were a member in February, here's what you got in February. Oh, wrong side. We have the Wanderlust quilting, so quilt designs. Then so you're going to see things that are tile scenes. You're going to see things that are lace and juvenile and sophisticated quilting. Look at this cutie. This is the cuddly cord wraps. And look, they use the sparkle vinyl, the Lex sparkle vinyl for that. So these are just all so cute. And I just want to, there's another freestanding, the Eiffel Tower, Adventure Awaits, the Jumbo Map, and Dolce Vita. So these are all just examples of what you're going to get every single month as a member of Spree Club. So if you want to join that, it's really easy, and it's only $5.99 for the whole year. So if you were to divide that out, say I'm going to do easy math, so that's $5.99. So if you divided that by 10, that's $59 a month. A design collection is about $59. So you're going to get all of these for just that price. So a lot of people love that. And the beautiful thing about OESD is that you get such a variety of things, whimsical, and you get artist things. There's fabric designers, lots of things like from Laurel Birch is in here, all sorts of things. So you never know what you're going to get each month. So I hope that you are a member of our of OESD Spree Club. So if you have any questions about that, I see lots of comments. Oh yes, April says it's the best deal for designs. It is, and the nice thing is that it doesn't have one flavor of style. You get different styles and different in the hoop projects, quilting, wall hangings, all sorts of things. So it's not repetitive in the style at all. So I think that you will love that. Okay, so let me move this stuff off to the side because I have a great special guest who is a fabulous snowman hander over. Actually, I should probably give away a door prize. So what do we have to give away, Carmen? What do you want me to give away?
Give away another one of those bundles.
I can give away a bundle? Oh, okay. Let's give away one of these bundles. Okay, so let's see. I have two names here, and the other one we'll save for later. So I'm mixing them up so I'm not being, because I saw the names. And I don't want to know. This goes to Julia Ditto. Yay, Julia! So let us, message us and let us know where you are if you want to pick this up at one of our stores, or if you would like us, if you live out of state, we can ship it to you. And Julia, I think you need one of those. It's named after you. I think you need one. Anyhow, but you're going to get the lace bundle. So, okay, with that, I'm going to have my friend Devin come up. And Devin is with Kai.
Hello.
And let me move, hello. Let me move this stuff out of the way. Because you don't need a snowman in there.
No, yeah.
So, okay, so Kai happens to be my favorite scissors. I love them. I don't use any of my other scissors. I have other scissors, but I don't use them. So I absolutely love them. So can you tell us why, from your perspective as Kai, why people would love them? Yeah,
people will love them because Kai is known for having a high quality metal, a scissor that's going to last a long time. But not only that, having a scissor that has nice pivot points on there. You'll find other scissors have maybe a nice metal, but they're really crunchy to use. And so just little touches like a spring washer or a coating on the blade is really going to save your hands in the long run, and make it easier for you to use these scissors over long periods and make you want to pick them up over and over again, time after time, just because it feels so good.
Right. So. Can you explain what a pivot point is? Now that's something, I think I know what that is, but I've never heard that in terms of a scissor. So can you educate us on that? Yeah,
so you actually hear a lot about this in discussions. People come up to me at shows, and the main discussion we have is either cleaning these out or if you need to go to TSA, what size scissor can you have? So I talk about the pivot all the time for that. It's that central fulcrum point where the scissors rotate around. Some of them have this rivet. It looks like a screw, but it's actually a rivet. And then others have these nuts and bolts on there. And in this particular model, they have a locking nut on there as well. But it's just where the scissor rotates on. And that's that pivoting point there.
Well, very cool. Well, my first experience with Kai, if you don't mind me saying, was this pair right here. And I love this pair because when you cut with these, it feels like you're cutting through butter because it's so soft. And I love the handle because I have some of those really nice German metal ones. And when I cut with them, I get like a blister on my thumb. It hurts to cut with. And these are, okay, Chris, in you come. Gotta zoom in. They're gushy, 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 gushy. So they're so comfortable to use, and they're lightweight, but they're so precise. And I fell in love with them with that. And I have just about all of them here. And then I love the professional series too. So we should talk about those. So tell us what the different scissors do and why people want them.
So I think I'll start with the little guys here. These little pair of scissors that I have down here are mainly going to be for your cutting threads and making little snips inside embroidery hoops and things like that, making your little trims or detailed if you have either paper crafting. People use these a lot for paper crafting. And these really fine points are going to get those details done that you need to have done, and are really useful also just to have on you at any time when you're sitting in your machine and you need to clip a thread or whatever. Great option for that. We also have some with curves, and so all these three next ones I'll show off have a curve on there. They're perfect for sitting low, flat on top of a surface if you have any appliques to do like that, or again, if you're doing embroidery and you need to get underneath a jump stitch. They have those really fine points to get under there, but then it curves away from your project, so you're not worried about poking holes in there. These next two are our double curve series. These guys have a little bit bigger finger holes, so I prefer them. Some people, especially the guys, say the finger holes on these straight ones are a little bit small. So just in general, this one's a nice one to jump to if you have bigger fingers. But it has the added bonus of being curved at the handle, so if you're working in a hoop, you need to get over that hoop and then away from your project, and it's going to fit perfectly in there. And when that comes in a sharp variation with that sharp point, or a blunt variation where if you're doing applique in the hoop and you don't want to worry about getting snagged on things or again poking holes, that's going to help with that. And that kind of covers all of these guys. All of them have that rivet based pivot that we were talking about. So again, it's not a screw in there. A lot of people come to me and say, hey, can I tried adjusting it, twisting it, it didn't do anything. You need a hammer. If you see me at a show, I do shows all over the country. I can help you out with that. Or if you know somebody that knows how to work with a rivet, you can do it yourself too. But again, that's just on those smaller guys. On the bigger guys, we have nicer pivot points. And I guess I'll jump into our standard 5000 series. These guys, same as the others, are the 5000 series. They have the stainless steel metal on there. It's a little more shiny as opposed to the professional ones I'm going to show off here in just a minute. And these are kind of our workhorses. We've sold many of these. It's a nice, really nice price point for a high quality scissor. They have the standard angle of blade that you'll find on other scissors. But as I was pointing out with our scissors over other brands, these scissors are made with really fine metal, as well as having a nice pivot point so that when you open and close, it's really smooth. It's not cumbersome for the hand. But you'll notice with me here in particular, I'm a lefty, as I know there's a few others around here. I'm putting my hand in the wrong way. So, so for a righty, there we go. It fits your hand. It's going to go in the correct angle. But we do have a lefty option. We sell the 5210 lefty. Oh, we have a scissor. Can the scissors be sharpened? Absolutely. It's actually one of the things I do when I'm not doing this kind of stuff or going to shows. Sharpening, you can use a sharpener on any of our scissors. For the most part, our 5000 series are your standard angle. Nothing special about them. The 7000 series, which we'll get into, they have a little bit steeper angle. So on all of them, we suggest taking them to a professional. And if you have someone local, I don't know if you guys have a sharpener here. I should have done my research. But you can go to your local quilt store, or if you have our scissors, you can send them in to us and we can do it too. So there's someone out there for you.
And just so you know, Kai is local. So it's a local business. They're right here in Sumner. And so we consider them our neighbors.
Yeah. I was going to say what an honor it is to have a place like this to come just drive to, you know, and have to fly. So instead of, you know, traveling all over the country like I do for a lot of things. But I was going to go ahead and jump into the lefties again. These lefties, you'll notice I'm going to hold them the other way. The blade opens in the opposite direction of the right-handed scissors. So the right-handed scissors right here. Here we go. Those guys and these guys face the other way. And the big reason for that, and sorry for all you righties that have to sit through this, is that when I'm cutting with my left hand, the scissor opening, the blade's on the bottom, and so now I can see where I'm cutting, which just seems really natural for anybody that's using a right-handed scissor. Anybody using a right-handed scissor, you're going to have the same situation. You're going to be holding that. It's going to be right where you want to cut. But for a lot of us lefties, we use right-handed scissors and we hold them across our body. We look over the side of the blade to see where we're cutting, and because this blade is on top and it blocks the view. And so these guys are specifically made for lefties, so that you can see where you're cutting. And the other part of it too, and the advantage of buying a left-handed scissor, is that on a right-handed pair of scissors, you're going to need to pull in with your thumb. You pull your thumb inward to keep the blades together, because naturally our hands want to go the other direction, and that's going to fold the fabric, and it's very frustrating. So you pull in with your thumb. On a left-handed pair of scissors, these guys are going to fit naturally with your hand. It's going to work with your hand. It's going to hold the blades together, and just be a much more natural, easy process. Again, just taking care of those hands and helping you do your projects over a longer period of time. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, so then you have this one over here. And these are the professional series. And I'm going to say I've had my Kai scissors for eons. And I've never had to have them sharpened, but I'm very protective. My family knows not to touch my scissors. Okay.
I always tell people, make sure you cover the blades. You want to make sure those blades stay closed, because like any knife that you have, you're not just going to put it in a drawer and let it rattle around. It's going to dull. Make sure you cover the tips when you're putting them away, put them in your bag or whatever, just to kind of keep those blades together so they don't open or blunt themselves.
And speaking of tips, these cut right to the very point of the tip of the scissor. Okay, so tell us about these beautiful scissors over here, and why would we want these? First of all, for what they are, and then the comparison between the two.
Yeah, so for what they are, these guys, all of these guys with that kind of matte gray finish, their professional ones are all made with a high carbon stainless steel. It's basically what that means for you is that it's going to last longer, it's going to hold its edge better, and also it's going to be smoother. The natural how it works with metal is if you have something that's harder, it's going to be more dense, and so there's going to be less friction, less gaps, or even grain. As you'll notice with stainless steel, there's a kind of a grain on the metal there. Sorry to do that to the cameraman. There's that grain on there, and you can see the grain kind of reflecting in there, and that's, you know, we try and make it as smooth as possible, but just it is what it is with that kind of metal. There's a little bit of grain, a little extra friction there. With our professional ones, they take care of that. One, they have that harder metal, so there's less impurities in the metal, but two, then they put a coating on there, so you'll see kind of a satin finish on these blades, and what that allows is, again, for perfectly smooth action, opening and closing, very little effort. I have a lot of people that buy these for cutting their batting and things, and they just tell me that they can do a simple push cut. There's no opening and closing because they are a sharper blade as well. This particular metal can handle a sharper angle on the blade, whereas if you did that with a standard stainless steel, it's going to wear down a lot faster. You have to sharpen it more often. But with these guys, we can definitely these guys will last you pretty much your whole life as long as you don't hit a pin. I'm not going to promise that, but I have people all the time that say, hey, they've had them for 10, 15 years, never had them sharpened. When do you need to have them sharpened? When they start to give you a problem. If they give you a problem, then it's time to bring them in. You have a little issue at the tip because, again, they might get opened, or that's the most used part of the scissor, or maybe you hit a pin, like I said before, and there's a nick in the blade, and you just need to take care of that because it can be very frustrating cutting with a non-sharp pair of scissors. The reason why you might pick this particular small 7100, this guy, is basically the same as our smaller ones that I showed you before, but again, it's with that harder metal. And a big advantage again with this guy, and something we've talked to Japan many times about changing with some of their scissors, is they gave us bigger finger holes. You'll notice with all the 7000 series, they have the metal all the way around. So it's kind of like that full tang that you get with a knife. But they have that bigger finger hole, so for men and women, it's very comfortable. The holes are going to fit you really nicely. And even with me, kind of a medium-sized finger, there's not a lot of wiggle room in there as well. So if you're worried about having smaller hands and fitting in here, it's still very comfortable, and it's not going to wiggle around on you.
That's a great point. I know that I prefer a larger finger hole too, because I pick them up and put them down, and you can do that faster with the larger.
And I should mention too, people that have arthritis, the joints start to get inflamed and things like that. Bigger finger holes are just huge in general, and it's something why, or that's a reason why we've been pushing Japan so hard to kind of create that offer something that's a little more comfortable. And so we got it with these scissors that we asked them for, and we got them with the 7000 series. So we are trying to create options and things like that to fit more people.
Right. Okay. And then you have this little guy right here.
Yes.
Tell us what he is.
So this guy I know is a fan favorite around here. You guys have your sewing events and have sold many of these. So this guy basically is a razor blade with a guard over the top. It's for cutting your seams. It's street name is the seam, what do you guys call it? The seam saw? Some people call it the seam saw. We call it the Kai seam remover, just so it has a different name. But that little guard on there is going to make it so that I'm not worried about putting my finger on there or getting cut, but mainly so you're not worried about cutting into your fabric. So I'm going to go ahead and, I'm sorry again, cameraman, we're going to do this
I bet you he
on the
can
table.
move down to us up here.
So again, I'm going to open up the seam a little bit and get started and try and show it to you. Basically, what it's allowing me to do is kind of cut across the threads and cut away that seam without worrying about cutting up my fabric. It's not just an open blade. The other part of it too that I like to show off is you can do this closed. So you're coming in between the layers. Here, maybe this is better. There we go. Come in between the layers, and you're just doing a circular motion, and that cuts it away. Nice and clean, easy. You don't have to worry about tearing your fabric or cutting into it. Super simple. And again, I'll show you with it exposed. I guess I like to highlight this a little bit. A lot of people get in there and they try to go from the side. I would encourage you to come over the top of the thread to that exposed side and kind of work your way down instead of trying to cut from the side of the thread. It's not going to work as well. But yes, again, you can do it open, hit those exposed threads, or you can even close it up and again do that circular motion, and it cuts right through there. And these guys do come in a couple other colors and things like that, but super simple device. A lot of people say, hey, is that for cutting my eyebrows? It's a very similar design, but with the Kai blades in there, are super sharp and going to make seam ripping very easy for you.
Very cool. Okay, and so then you brought us other fabrics here to show. You were going to show us some of how the scissors perform.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to highlight that all of our scissors, whether you're using lightweight fabrics or if you're using, we have a question. Does that work on a serger seams? It'll have a little bit more trouble on a serger seam, and there is a KSSR. I do have it on the price list here, and that is just a open blade. It's basically the same kind of shape handle here, but it has like a little sickle blade on there for what we call the serger seam remover.
We'll have one here in a minute to show you. We're just going to grab it. So we'll come back and revisit that.
All right, so getting to these different fabrics, this was kind of as a reminder for me to tell you that there is an importance to getting scissors for certain projects. If you're going to be using scissors for cutting paper, then you have a scissor for that versus a scissor for fabric. But it also highlights if you're using something for cutting polar fleece. Polar fleece is a plastic. It's a synthetic thing, and it's going to wear down your scissors faster. So people will just willy-nilly use their fabric scissors for cutting that and use that for cutting cotton and those natural fibers. And when they go back to that natural fiber, they're like, I thought these scissors were going to last forever. But a big part of that is using a separate pair of scissors for those synthetic fabrics as well. Just like to highlight that because I get a lot of questions about sharpening and paper, but also just keep in mind that having something for a more abrasive material like a polar fleece is also important to have. But I did want to pull these out just to kind of show that they do cut for lefties and righties. These guys have no problem, cut right through. You'll notice there's very little movement on the fabric when I'm cutting there too. What I'm cutting right here is a wool. Super smooth, super sharp, very clean cut. Oh, sorry, cameraman, I'm giving you a hard time. There we go. Super clean cut, nice and straight. And again, on a thin cotton, a nice fine cotton, same thing going on there. And we could push it up to doing some vinyl. We have some vinyl here.
Are you going to come down there, Chris? And
on vinyl, again, not a problem using any of our scissors here. Even I'll push the vinyl to the little guy. You need to make some detailed cuts with the little guy.
now that's a good point because a lot
All
of
the way to the
times,
end.
you know, I think of little scissors as being more dainty and you should only use them for thread, but that's not the case.
Yeah, so not for everybody. Would you recommend for leather or vinyl? Vinyl or leather? What do I recommend? I would recommend typically, just in a general conversation, I would pull out these guys, depending on what size you're doing. These guys are our 7150. They have a little bit thicker blade to them, so they're not going to want to separate. So if you were doing multiple layers of that kind of material, the vinyl or the leather, they're going to hold the blade together really nicely. If you need to do lots, big cuts, then that's where the 7230 here that we have, that guy is going to make your job very, very easy. They have the longest blade that we offer in this particular size handle, and it's just a very comfortable and easy scissor to use. Again, with that harder metal, you're not going to have the bowing or the bending that you would have on a thinner blade. But if you need to use a small scissor like this, because you're doing little details, that 5100, it's not a problem. It'll get the job done. It's not the recommended one just because it's not as thick of a blade. It is pretty thin and dainty. It's really made for those detailed things. But if you need it to do detailed things on small vinyl projects or leather projects, it'll get the job done.
Okay, and my scissors always leave a jagged edge. Is that because they are dull?
It can be. It can be that they're dull. A lot of times what's happening there is I don't normally see so much of the jagged edge as much as I do see like a frayed or a pulling of the fabric. And that definitely means that they're dull. If they're leaving a jagged edge, it could use a tune-up. I would suggest sending them in for a sharpening.
Or buy a pair K.
Or buy a Kai. Yeah, buy a Kai. They're fantastic.
Okay, so you have, before we go back to the serger question, you have some fabric here that has fusible on the back of it. So what kind of fabric would you use for working with, what kind of scissor would you use when you're doing applique?
Yeah, so for that kind of activity, I would use our 5135 or again, that 7170, just depending on what you're into, what you're looking for. But either of these guys will get the job done. The stainless steel on both of our scissors are going to make it so that that sticky backing on there is really easy to wash off. It's going to give you, again, that clean cut. And I apologize, my lefty, you'll notice I'm looking over my cut. But it's going to give you a nice clean cut all the way to the point. No issues cutting anything out or cutting appliques. And again, sorry, I'm a lefty. I apologize. I'm not as good as cutting as other people.
Never apologize for being left-handed.
I'm not as good as other people. I apologize.
Well, I know that one thing that we test when we find a new scissor is we always cut to the point. So that's really cool that you're able to go right to the point. And then he brought up the applique, and I want to just show you real quick. I should move over here so Chris doesn't kill me, so I can be in the same spot, right? So here's an applique in the hoop, and this is the scissor that Devin was talking about with the double curve on it, and this is the blunt tip. So here's just a tip when you're doing applique and you're trimming it, so that this scissor, let me put that down, this scissor with the bent handle goes up and over and into, the hoop. But when you're cutting your applique, if you hold up the applique fabric, then you can actually get nice and close to the edge of your applique. So that's just really a really a great thing to do with that curved scissor. Okay, so real quick, show us what this serger one does, and we'll get the question, so leave it up there. But we're going to do that, and then let's talk about prices. So if you use them for leather and or vinyl, would you recommend having a separate pair for this, or would it be okay to use the same one?
So it's okay to use the same fabric scissor for each of those activities. Just be aware that it's going to wear down your scissors faster than if you just use it for the one. It's the same thing if you decide that you want to use your fabric scissors on paper. Just be aware that it's going to wear it down more quickly. And again, it'll cut the paper and it'll cut vinyl and leather for longer, just because they don't need as sharp a blade to actually make the cut. It's not going to be as comfortable as they dull down. But when you go back to those finer fabrics, you need that sharp edge to make the cut, and you're going to be unsatisfied in the long run if you kind of don't separate scissors for different projects.
And my older ones, I now have them labeled, my first Kais, and those are my crafting Kais, or my, all-purpose, all-around ones. My ones like this, I have a couple pair. I have one by my paper crafting and one with my sewing. So, but these beautiful ones, I use these just for my fabric. Okay, so tell us about the KSSR, the seam ripper that is good for serger stitches. Oh, another question. And what would you use? Oh, serrated scissors are the bomb.
Yeah, so serrated scissors. Those guys are really good for cutting your satin, silk, wool, or minky. Minkies become really big, and any of those fabrics that want to slide or push away from you. Some misconceptions with serrated is that it's going to keep things from fraying. It's not a pinking shear, so it's not doing the zigzag and making it so it doesn't pink. It's going to be a straight cut. It adds friction to the cut. So those little grooves in the blade just add a little bit of teeth, a little bite to the cut. So it's going to keep that fabric from wanting to push away from you and give you better control. And again, like I said, with those silk, that's kind of what we pull out to show it off. When you cut a curve, you'll just notice that the scissor goes exactly where we want it to. It doesn't feel like the fabric's getting away from you and you're losing control.
And they're great for knits, cutting knits. They used to, back when I was a kid, before you were born, I had a pair, my mom had a pair of serrated scissors that were for knit. They were called knit scissors, so they work well with that, and they're great for fussy cutting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they really hold the fabric for you. Okay, so the seam ripper.
The seam ripper. So this is the serger seam ripper. This guy is, like I said before, it's got a similar little handle here to the other guy, but that's just a very sharp sickle blade there. Really good for getting in those loops of the sergers, stitched seams there, but also I've had a lot of people a lot of feedback on using it for embroidery, for tearing out your embroidery. You made a mistake. It's again just a very, very sharp, thin blade that's going to be able to hook underneath those stitches and cut it away, no issue. A very sharp blade there.
Yeah, and for embroidery, when you do that, make sure you do it on the back side. You're not cutting the front side. Okay, another question. Do you make a pinking shear?
Kai does make a pinking shear, and sorry for the lefties, we only make just the righty. It's again a battle we're having with Japan. I think we're one of the only people in the world that imports their pinking shears, and so it's something we're fighting for, trying to keep going. And with that battle, we haven't won the lefties over yet. But as far as for right-handed, we make them very solid. They're smoother than most of the scissors out there that you're going to find, but they are pinking shears, so they are going to be a little bit tough. They have a lot of teeth that need to line up just right, and so there's going to be extra friction on those blades. But yes, Kai does make a pinking shear, and that's the 5350 if you need to find it.
Okay, so let's go over some prices real quick. Let's start with the little the seam ripper here, the serger seam ripper. That is regularly $7.99, and it is on sale for $6.39. And you're going to find all this on our website at qualitysewing.com, and you can go to our webpage, and at the very top there's that pink banner that says Sweetheart Sale. So we have those, and the seam remover, it's on sale for only $5.59. But let's look at the main ones, because you're going to be able to find all the sale prices there. We have the dressmaker shears over here, and those are the 8-inch?
They are the 8-inch, yeah.
And so those are regularly $21.99, and they're on sale for $16.99. And I guarantee you are going to absolutely love these. Like I said, when you cut with them, it's like you're cutting through butter. And so don't go to the big box stores and buy those horrible scissors. Treat yourself because you know you're cutting a lot and you don't want to give your hands fatigue. Okay, so those are on sale for only $16.99. Now let's go to the big professional shears, and these are more, but they're absolutely gorgeous. Their regular price is $64.99 and they are on sale for $51.99. Now I mentioned the other ones are like cutting with butter. When you cut with these, it's like you're cutting melted butter. It's amazing the difference.
Yeah.
And if you've ever used a bargain scissor, you come to these, you're going to go, wow, that's amazing. And then when you're used to using that, you're going to go to this, you're like, oh my goodness, I had no idea they could be so smooth.
I have a lady that comes to me at the quilt show. She's another vendor, and she just comes and sits in my booth, picks up our 7000 series and just cuts and talks. She just picks up fabric, cuts little designs for me just because it's so pleasant to use. So,
they're awesome. Okay, and then the double curve scissors, we have these are the 5-inch, right?
They are, yeah.
And so you can get them with the blunt tip or with the sharp tip, and the regular one is normally $19.99. So this little guy here, he's on sale for only $15.99, and this one's just a little bit less. It's at $15.19. So, and it has just a little bit of love from Kai by blunting the tip. Okay, so which is your favorite scissor?
Mine.
Well, the lefty, actually, probably.
So actually, no, even as a lefty, I love the 7230. We do make a larger lefty in the professional, but the handle size on this guy just fits me a little bit better. I like it. It's got that 9-inch, and again, on our 7000 series, the professional series, the handles aren't very biased, so you'll notice that there's not a lot of angle there on that particular hole. So for a lefty, I'm not sticking my thumb straight sideways to fit in there. That I can come in there at an angle and it feels more natural. So it is nice. Kind of works for both lefties and righties.
Okay, are you coming out with rotary blades? Well, it's already been done.
It's been done.
It's been done. They have them. And that's a harder steel, right?
Yes.
So it lasts longer.
Yeah, so we have a tungsten steel instead of stainless steel. So it's going to give you about 25% extra life on that blade over buying an individual or over buying others. And it still comes in at a pretty nice price point without, bumping up too much.
And they have, they fit multiple types of cutters because of the shape of the hole.
Yeah. So Olfa, Fiskars, it'll fit on those guys. The only one, I'm not thinking of it right now. They have the tables that rise.
Oh, yeah, but it's okay. We're going to be talking about Quilters Select in a while, and they'll fit on that too.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So absolutely lovely. Okay, so any last thoughts? I think this is wonderful. I hope you guys have learned something. You can put in the comments your favorite one that you love, and we have another one. Oh, does quality carry them? Of course we do, because we absolutely love them, and we love the rotary cutters, we love the blades, we love the scissors, the seam rippers, we have them all. And if there's one that you cannot find, just let us know, because they're right down the street and we will get them for you. So we will have it all. And I think Carmen, oh, okay, goodbye, Devin.
All right, bye.
Yeah, it's new, and I'm getting all sorts of notes, and I'm like, what? So yeah, I guess he's done. Okay. Well, I hope you learned lots and stuff, and thank you so much for coming, Devin. This is lovely, and I absolutely adore the Kai scissors. They are my favorite, and I have gotten rid of all my bargain fabric store scissors. I only have these and other ones that are memorable ones for me. But I only use the Kai. Okay, so next we have a wonderful person that's going to be joining us, and I'm going to slip over here into the next camera. Are we switching? Ta-da! Woo, here I am. Okay, me too. And here's Angelina. Poof, just like that little magic. We got one. Okay, so now it's time for us to talk with the amazing rebel that she is, Angelina. Now, Angelina, you are from our Silverdale store. Yes. So she came all the way to Tukwila for us today. So thank you very much for doing that.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, she's a hoot of a good time, I gotta tell you.
I love talking about quilting, so I'm happy to be here.
Yes. So what we have here is the Little Rebel, which is an awesome machine, and the Cutie Breeze, which is this frame system here. So I'm going to back away and let you tell them all about this fabulous system.
Yeah. So what we have here is the newest quilting machine from the Grace Company, and it is called the Little Rebel. And the Little Rebel is a very good name for her, I must say, because she does whatever you want her to do, and she does it very well. She is a very multi-purpose machine. So if you want like the one machine to kind of rule them all, the Little Rebel can definitely be that for you. Sorry. Am I looking this way? I just want to make sure. Here, there. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. So the Little Rebel is a quilting and sewing machine. So right now we have her set up on the new Cutie Breeze frame. And if you saw any of our videos about the original Cutie, the Cutie Breeze is even better. It's great. It's a little easier to put together. That makes me very happy because that means I can start sewing quicker. I can get quilting quicker, right? And then Grace came out with a machine and it answers a lot of the problems that we wanted to have a nice big machine on here that is a sewing machine with a big throat, right? So now we have the Little Rebel. The Little Rebel has 13 inches of space from needle to the back of the machine here and 8 inches of height in here. So when you're rolling this, if you've seen my videos about this before, I talk about the quilt burrito. Your quilt burrito has even more space to get bigger, right? We love big burritos. We love big quilts. It's got plenty of space for all of that. It has LED lighting all the way throughout, right? We don't always have the best lighting in our space, so it's nice to have great lighting on the machine right here. Now, the Little Rebel can be used as a sewing machine. She is a high-speed straight stitch only machine that can sew 1,600 stitches per minute. We love that, right? I could piece on this. If I wanted to free motion quilt on this machine also, like I would on my regular sewing machine, I can do that with the benefit of it having a stitch regulator already built in. It has on the bed down here an optical sensor that detects the movement of the fabric. So I can piece with this machine, I can free motion quilt on this machine, I can do long arm quilting by adding it onto a Cutie Breeze, and it can also have QCT6 added to it. QCT6 is a new entry-level automated program from the Grace Company, and it does edge-to-edge quilting seamlessly and quite effortlessly, to be honest. I have used this. This is actually going to be, between you and me, the second time I've done this, and it's going to work. It's because it's really that simple. So I'm excited to show you that today and how this can be an excellent addition to your sewing room. The machine on the side over here, I don't know if we can see it. I'm going to have to move over here. On this side here, because this machine combines a lot of features from a sewing machine and a long arm machine, we've got a lot going on over here. It has 5 buttons on the side, but that programs actually 10 different stitch lengths with stitch regulation, so very customizable. We also have speed control, so if you're using it as a sewing machine and 1,600 stitches per minute, it seems a little bit too much to you, you can back that off. If you're like me and you're a lead foot driver when you sew, sometimes you got to put a cap on that so that you can have more success when you're quilting. Because we all know in quilting that speed and accuracy is 2 different things, right? So this machine can be very accurate at whatever speed you do it at, but it has lots of options because as Rebel quilters, we want not to be told what to do. We want to do what we want, right? And this machine gives us the power to do that. So in free motion quilting, it's a breeze. Watch. I can just come over here and say start. This activates the stitch regulator and I can stand right here and quilt. Quite effortlessly. Now you'll notice that one of the differences between this setup and the original Cutie is that my handles are not down here, right? My handles are right up here on this carriage, which makes it a lot easier. It saves me time because this is a hooping frame. So some of the time is going to be spent adjusting your quilt because you can do any size quilt on this setup. You just have to adjust it. Kind of think of like, our old hand quilting hoops or even our embroidery frames right now where we're going to re-hoop it and do the next segment. That's how it works on a hooping system like this. So it's going to save a lot of time because we don't have to have that burrito in the front and have our hands right down here. We've got them up top, which is just a little bit easier to do. You're going to be able to quilt for longer, more comfortably. And then we can also, let me use my cool little Kai scissors here, cut this thread. We can have automation added right on there. No, thanks. They always give you updates right when you actually want to use something, right? It's like the universal thing. So we're going to set this up edge to edge. Next. Now here is what happens. This screen that's popped up right here is telling me that it's going to give me a tutorial every single step of the way. So the learning curve on this is very small. because it's there to walk you through everything. You can also scan the QR code on here if you want to watch these tutorials or get more information about what you're doing on a different device so that you can set this up, this tablet. This is going to be a dedicated tablet just for your quilting machine, by the way. I'm actually going to turn it off real quick because even without that tutorial, it still gives me step-by-step directions on how to set this up. So we're going to tell it how our fabric is on here, and I just easily say that that is on there. And now you can't see on there, but I have marked the parameters of my quilt on here so that I have something that I can use as the edge of my quilt. And it's going to tell me to set my top left. So I'm going to move that over here. Oh, well, of course, right? That's what updates are for, right? Live TV. Let's start again. There we go. She's waking back up. While she wakes up, we'll just talk a little bit more about the Cutie. These clamps that are on here that hold your quilt on the frame are very simple to take off. They pop off like this. There are 6 that come with it, or 7 that come with it. 3 for the medium size, 2 large sizes, and 2 for the sides. And that's just going to hold the edges of your quilt, the excess fabric that you have, or your leader to the side so that you have good tension. If you're doing something that's smaller, this is a fun fact that I didn't know at first, and some of you are probably watching this and you already have a Cutie, and maybe this is something that you don't know, because this is true on the Cutie and on the Cutie Breeze. These little clamps that can go on the side can go upside down. So what if you wanted to quilt like a placemat, and you're like, but I don't have any tension on the side, and I don't want to waste yards of fabric to do it? On the frame here, there's these little black mounts, and you've probably been wondering what they're for. If you didn't know, this is what it's for. It slides on the side here. And now I have a spot to put an elastic bungee through. And my elastic bungee can come through and grab the side of my smaller one, and I can adjust it. Isn't that cool? That was like kind of a game changer moment for me, because I was like, wow, I don't have to have separate leaders. I don't have to add all this extra space onto the back of my quilt. I suppose this is part of being a little rebel, is an aptly timed update on the tablet, right? This is when she wanted to do it, right now. Let's get her going again. So, back to the frame. The frame is great. It's improved definitely. Oh, there's our question, comment? Can you adjust the size of the frame? You can adjust the depth of the front of the frame. You can't adjust the width of the frame. That part is static. But this bar right here on the front will go in and out to adjust to the size of the machine that you have put on here. So with this 13 inches of throat space that I have right here, I have it pulled out a little bit so that I have some extra workable space up here. Right? This could go in. I could have it pulled out further if I wanted to. Depending on what machine you put on the frame, you would want to move that in and out. So the Breeze frames and the Cutie Breeze and the Cutie will work with machines up to 19 inches. So if you have like a Baby Lock Jazz or an Allegro that's got a nice big throat space, or any of our machines with like 11 inches of throat space or more, you can put those on here. The Jukies work really well. I mean, anything that's going to have a good throat space, it's going to work on here. I believe the minimum that they want is 8 inches. So yeah, what else? So there are no leaders. Well, it doesn't come with leaders. You don't necessarily need a leader, okay? So there are leaders that can be purchased. You can make your own leader, but you can also just make the back of your quilt about 8 inches bigger on each side, and that will hold onto the side here so that the edge of your quilt will be right here, and you have all of this space right here to help attach it. You also have the clamps on the side, like I showed you, that go on the little clips on the side, that you can have elastic bungees that grab it from the side. But you're always going to want to have extra space on this is true on any long arm quilting system. You're always going to want to have extra space on the top and the bottom for it to go around the diameter of the pole here, so that you can get to the edge of your quilt without having any interference. So looks like she's still thinking about doing her job here. Okay. This is because I said it was going to be so easy. It was just going to be guaranteed to work, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to work on this real quick, and Carmen's going to show you something.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? So glad you're all here. You know what? We need to give away another door prize. While the machine is waking up there, I think it's time to give another door prize. Who wants to win a pair of those Kai scissors? Does somebody want to win a pair of Kai scissors? Yes. Okay, so we are going to give away my favorite, which is one of those little blunt tip, the 5-inch blunt tip scissor. I love the blunt tip because I am that person that whenever I am trimming things, like I just get like aggressive and I just jab that, you know, point right into my fabric and make a hole. So I love a blunt tip because it just helps me so much. So right now I'm going to get a name from my team, and we are going to give away one of those blunt tip pairs of scissors. Let's see, I'm going to grab it. Perfect. Okay, so drum roll please. The winner is Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson, you are the winner of those scissors. Message us and we will get them to you. You can pick them up in store, or you can pick them up at any one of our store locations. So let's go over some more stuff that is coming today and review some of the offers that we've had. So while you're watching live, we are going to be giving away more prizes. I have more prizes coming here. We have some really fun things happening a little bit later today. Right now, after the segment around the Little Rebel and the Cutie Breeze and the quilting automation, we are going to have a really great segment from Christy from Bernina and Bernette, and she is going to talk about decorative stitches. I don't know about you, but my machine has tons of decorative stitches, and she's going to go over a really cool project of how to use those decorative stitches and make a bookmark. So she's going to show you some stuff about the machine, but it's also going to be a cool project that you could duplicate. So that is sort of fun. That is coming. We also are going to be having Angelina come back, and she is really an amazing quilter, and I'm just going to show you this beautiful quilt she made. So let's see, I've got to have it right set up. So this is really fun, and she's going to tell you all about this and how she used different Quilters Select rulers to make this quilt. And I don't know, I love this. It is just so fun. I mean, I also love the tulip pink fabric that is in there. Really fun and bright. I love this so much. So that is coming up, which is going to be awesome. The other things that we have coming, of course, are if you like, comment, and share any of these videos, you are going to be entered to win this beautiful Brother Sublimation printer. And this printer is pretty awesome because, you know, it's new, and we were trying to find a great giveaway for people who, you know, like, so that way if you're not watching this live, you can still enter to win. All of the door prizes that we've been giving away have been for people who are watching live, because we definitely want to give you props and kudos for watching us live and remind you that you should watch us live when we do these things. So, but the sublimation printer is great, and it's new, and it has a $3.99 value, and it's also on sale right now for $3.99 on the website. Everything that we are talking about is on the website, so you can purchase it on our website. And if you just go to QualitySewing.com, you can go to the banner at the top of the screen and click on it, and it says Sweetheart Sale. And then that landing page will have all of the things we're talking about. All the things we've given away as door prizes, all of the machines, all of that good stuff. Everything will be there for you. And don't forget that we do have special prices on a lot of our machines. And those machines, that the price is so good that we can't publish it on the website. So you have to give us a call or come into any one of our store locations to get that special price. So really quickly, maybe we can review. We're good. Okay. we are actually ready. Angelina is ready to show you some more. So I'm going to kick it back to her. Enjoy learning what this machine can do for you.
We're back. So we're back to where we were, and I have told it where my top left corner was up here. And now I'm going to tell it where my bottom right corner is. Right over here. So that's giving it the space that I'm telling it you are allowed to quilt in this area. Now I'm going to select my design. There are dozens of designs built in here for you to choose from. I'm going to pick this cute swirl one because it kind of matches the fabric, and that will be fun. And now we're just going to hit next. It literally tells you exactly what to do. Next. Here we go. And how big do I want this design? It says 2.5 inches. I'm going to go with 5. Next. So now it pops up kind of a visual of what that design would look like on your quilt. And if you want to adjust the spacing, I think this looks great as it is. So we're just going to go with that. All right, and we're going to tell it we're going to do the top portion of the quilt. So now it's saying, tell me where your parameters are again. We want to fit this in your quilt, right? So we're going to set the edges. I'm going to move it up to what I know is the top corner of my quilt. Select it on screen. I'm going to tell it where the side is. Right over here. Now we're going to tell it its position just one more time. We're moving it. I'm going to let the machine move itself so that it knows where it's going. It's proving to me that it knows where it's going. We're saying, yep, my needle is up. We don't want to accidentally rip a hole in our quilt. So it's good that it gives us all these safety warnings. Now, kind of like on the Ditto, it uses stickers, like the little garage sale dot kind of stickers, to mark its placement. If I would put one of those right here so that I would know my positioning for my next row, if we're connecting them all the way across or going down. Doop. And now it's going to move itself over to the right corner, and that's where I would stick a sticker down. All right, we're going to select it over there. It's kind of fun to just watch it. There we go, we're good. And now this is where it would start stitching if we got to the next step. So if you have any more questions about this, oh, let's see, how many built-in patterns are in there? I don't know if I know what the exact number is, but there's a lot to choose from. I had to scroll for a lot to see all of the different options are in there. Yeah. So we're going to talk about, if you want to see more of this, we have them at our Western Washington locations. Can you input your own edge-to-edge designs? Yes, that I know you can. You can buy designs online and add them in here. And can you do a pantograph with this machine? You can. Actually, there is an add-on laser that would go on the back of the Little Rebel, or you can add the QCT program and have it do digital pantographs. Yeah, no problem. So we've got some more great options on this. We've got deals on the machine itself if you want to use it for piecing, free motion quilting on the tabletop, and then we also have its pricing with it on the QCT added to it.
Yeah, and we can go over some of the pricing. And I think, do we have a couple of quilts that had some fun?
I do. Let me grab my quilts and then I'll show you some shown ones. Oh, here we are. Reva was all ready for me.
Really fun quilts here that sort of show what the robotics can do for you.
Yeah.
So what's really amazing about quilting robotics is that, you know, you set it up and then the machine just does it, which is so awesome. It's so much easier. Like, I don't know about you, but like when I'm doing free motion quilting, like I get a little bit lost. I struggle a little bit with doing more than just stippling. Like I don't want to do feathers or any of those things. And what's great about the robotics is they will do all of the work for you. So can you tell us about what you did on this quilt?
Yeah, so this is just a little charm pack quilt that I made, and this actually has a feather design that was repeated across when I actually sewed it. Was the other direction, so you can see the feathers are going down here in rows, and it just came out really fun, and it was so easy to just have kind of run in the background while I was doing other quilting projects, right?
Yeah, which is amazing.
We were multitasking.
Always multitasking.
I have too many crafts that I want to do. I have to figure out how to do them at the same time, right?
Right. I mean, that's the beauty of the machines, you know, how embroidery will just go, or the robotics, you can work on other things.
And here's another one that was just kind of loosely quilted all over with this fun little butterfly design. Again, the machine's doing the labor for me while I'm off thinking about my next project,
Yeah,
or
you can see the little
starting 2 or 3 more projects as we do, right?
Of course, I don't know where my hand is, but the butterfly is really cute. Oh, so fun. This is also gorgeous. Love this quilt.
Yeah.
Love quilting. Awesome. So we have some special pricing on the Little
I'll
Rebel
hold this up.
quilting system. So you can buy this machine in many different ways. So the first thing you do is you can just get the Little Rebel machine. And the machine itself, you know, when we show the picture of it here, you're going to be able to see that it has a really big throat space. Angelina, can you remind me, how many inches is it?
It's 13 inches from needle to the back and 8 inches in height.
And 8 inches in height. The height is the thing that really gets me, right? Because like Angelina said, when you have a big quilt burrito, like where is it gonna go when your machine is small? So you can get the machine by itself. And that is pretty awesome. And that just, you can use that on a normal, you know, on a quilting, you know, on a table, you know, a table, a kitchen table, whatever, a piece of furniture, anything like that. It's regularly $34.99. Right now we have it on sale for only $24.99. And then we also have a special event price. So, you know, we have an offer that is better than that. And if you give us a call or come into any one of our store locations, we can let you know what that special price is, and that's pretty phenomenal. The Little Rebel just launched this fall, and it has been really a hit because it just has a lot of space. I mean, it sews quickly, all that space is amazing. But the other way you can get this machine is you can get it with the Cutie Breeze or with another quilt frame. And the best deal that I think we have going right now is where you get it with the Cutie Breeze, which is so great because because it can go anywhere. Like this is just on basically like a 6-foot table. So you can put this really anywhere in your home. It's easy to like tear it down, bring it back up. And then the Little Rebel with the Cutie Breeze and then with the QTC6 automation. And so what the automation will do for you is that edge-to-edge quilting like Angelina talked about. And it's pretty amazing because you don't have to do the work. And we have that whole package. It's regularly $79.97. It's on sale for $61.97. But the secret, you guys, is we have a better price than that. If you give us a call, we can tell you what our event price is, and it's pretty phenomenal. And you're going to get all 3 of those things. And so give us a call or come into any one of our store locations or call one of our store locations, and we can get you that special pricing. Well, this was super fun.
Yeah.
Angelina also made, I don't know if she mentioned it earlier.
No, I didn't.
But this quilt in the back, which I love so much, is this thing not gorgeous? As soon as she brought it today, I was like, we've got to put this up in the room because I love it. I don't know if you noticed that our quilt changed from yesterday that we put back there. But she also did this one, and this was also robotic quilting, right?
Yep.
So, you know, so many different things that you can do when the machine does the work for you. I don't know about you. I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm such a piecer.
Yeah.
I just want to like put all the colors together and make my quilt top, and then I get like a little intimidated about putting the whole thing together and actually quilting it.
Well, the fun thing about this is that is actually robotic quilted and free motion quilted because you can do whatever you want when you're quilting, right? And with the Little Rebel, you can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
I didn't want to spend the time to do the little like refrigerator coils between those, so I just did it by hand because I can do whatever, right?
Awesome.
The largest quilt you can do with this frame is whatever you decide to make. All you're going to do is readjust it. It will hang over on all sides, and the only part you have to roll up into the little burrito is what fits in the back here. And you've got so much space, right? So it's very portable and very flexible for your quilting needs.
And the way it works, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're going to sort of pick a plan and you will just do it in segments around the whole big quilt. So you could put a king size quilt up here if you wanted.
Yep.
Or you could have even something pretty small, right?
Yes.
So you can just, you know, decide how you want to do it. And this just clamps on and off. What's great about these clamps is they're just really pretty easy. They just pop on and off. There we go. We're going to get them. They pop on and off there. And you can then just pop them off and then move it and then re-line it up and re-put these guys back on to hold everything together for you. So it's pretty easy.
And in QCT, it actually puts positioning markers in there. So you use like those little garage sale dot stickers like we've been talking about, and that tells you where your end point is so that when you reline it up in here, when you adjust it, you don't have to go, oh my God, did I get it right? Did I get it straight? You're going to then tell it, here's where my sticker is that you said I ended, and that's going to say, okay, and drop your pattern right there. So it seamlessly connects.
That's amazing. That just takes out all the guesswork.
Yes.
The machine just does it for you. I love that so much. Well, I know like the beautiful thing about this system is if you've been thinking about getting an at-home quilting system, but you weren't quite sure, this is a great first step because then you can find out, yeah, I really do enjoy quilting this way. It's, you know, the best value we have right now for something that offers you robotic quilting. This is really just an amazing value package. So you're going to want to check out our special price on this. So give us a call or come into any one of our store locations while we have this special price on the Grace Little Rebel with the Cutie Prees and the QCT6 robotic system. Well, Angelina, this has been fabulous.
Yeah, super fun.
Thank you so much. I love your quilts. I love the colors. This has been awesome. So I think that we are a little bit ahead of schedule right now. So what does that mean, everybody, if we're ahead of schedule? Door prize!
More prizes.
More prizes, right? We should give away some more door prizes, do a little bit of a recap, and then we will have Christy with Bernina will be coming on shortly. So we're going to pass, everyone's going to pass along. Okay, great. Angelina can announce your name.
Oh, okay.
So the next thing that we are going to give away, we're going to stick with the pink theme because coming up here shortly, we have a whole segment on Quilter Select, and we love the Quilter Select mats and the Quilter Select rulers and really all the Quilter Select products, right? What's not to love? Like, they've all been designed by Alex Anderson, and what's great about them being designed by Alex Anderson is that she is actually a quilter. And so she
knows what we need and what we want.
She knows what we need and what we want, which is so great because, oh, I love this, Ella. Yes, pink is the hot color right now. You're right. I mean, we need a pink cutting mat.
Yeah.
Because why not? This is such a great size too, the 14 by 14, so you can put it next to you when you want to just turn and trim those little like points off.
And it travels well for retreats and stuff. Absolutely.
Exactly. So this guy is lovely, and it works. You know, if you missed yesterday, what's cool about the Quilter Select mats and rulers is one, all of the measurements line up, and we're going to talk about that more a little bit later. But that everything lines up, which is great. But also they're designed for left-handed and right-handed people, which is very unique because some things are really just designed for people who are right-handed. And we got some left-handers here in Quality Sewing. And so we love that there are things for lefties and righties. So this is the ambidextrous cutting mat. And anyway, who wants to win it? Who needs another cutting mat? Angelina wants to win it.
Pretty much.
Love it. I've seen things. People want to win it.
Pink is my color.
All right, drum roll. Angelina, who is our grand winner of this guy? Let's see. It is Wendy Green. Wendy Green, you have won this mat. Congratulations. Just message us and we will get this to you. And you can pick it up in store or you can we can send it to you if you don't live in the area. So I'm going to set this guy down and let's just go over a couple of more things here. So we have coming up, we have Christy from Bernina, and I'm actually not looking at my schedule. We're going to say it's 12:15 is when we're going to kick it off. Yeah. So am I good? Yeah. Oh, we're on time. Wait, this is the fun thing about being live. You really have, you're sort of like, I'm hoping I'm on the right schedule. So anyway, so I think we have a slide for Christy here. Christy is an amazing educator. She knows so much about the Bernina and the Bernette machines. She's Bernina America's Vice President of Education. She's super fun to work with. I think you guys will really enjoy the segment we have coming up here. She is going to show you how to make a bookmark using your decorative stitches. And I know I have lots of decorative stitches, and this is a great opportunity to stitch them out and have play and have some fun. So without further ado, I think Christy is ready for us. And so we will, I think she's ready. We're going to get her in here, enjoy this segment, and then when we come back, we have a lot more fun in store for you today.
I'm Christy Burcham, Vice President of Education and Training for Bernina of America. I'm so excited to be with you here today. Thanks for having me. So I want to show you a fun and really quick little project that you can do. It's a lot of fun. It's got a fun homespun look to it, something that you can do for little gifts, and it goes really easily inside a card if you want to mail something, and it's a little bookmark. What I love about this, I'm going to come close to the camera and show you, is it looks like it's hand done cross stitch because we are using an Aida cloth, but we're going to stitch those stitches on the machine. So it gives it that look when you stitch it on Aida cloth. Now you might be thinking, how on earth am I going to get it exactly in all the little holes that I normally would when I do hand look? You're not. It's not going to land exactly in the little holes. But from a distance, people really won't be able to see the difference unless they're getting their magnifying glass out. They're not going to see that those are not lining up, but you get that fun homespun look by using the Aida cloth. You can use different count of Aida cloth. I'm using like a 14 count here. I like that because I want it to show the little holes rather than using a finer one because I want it to look homespun. That's kind of the whole point of the project. So this is a really fun project. It's very easy to do, and it gives you a chance to use some of those cross stitches on your machine you might not have used before. The machine we are going to work with today is the Bernette 79, and it has a partner machine, the Bernette 77. Both of these machines are the Bernette 79, I should say, is a combo machine. It does sewing and embroidery, whereas the Bernette 77 is just a sewing machine. But they're very similar. Their screens are the same. They have the same stitches built in. There is one thing the 79 has that I'm going to show you that the 77 doesn't. But it's a standard sewing machine, but has a lot of fun features that we're going to use today. Now, this is a project you can do whatever machine you have, and I think it'll be a fun way for you to use some of those decorative stitches. We are going to start out by threading the machine with a 50 weight cotton on the top. So we want it to have that kind of hand done look, and usually hand cross stitches done with cotton thread or a matte thread anyway. And so we're using a 50 weight cotton thread. I'm using a variegated here. You could use whatever you like. I think it's kind of fun to use the variegated thread. And of course got the spool cap on, and I've got it threaded up. Now I've also got a embroidery bobbin thread in place. So you might be thinking, well, it's not embroidery, why would you use embroidery thread? But when you're doing decorative stitches, it really works out well to use an embroidery bobbin thread because you don't want that bobbin thread showing on the top, especially if you're switching between colors. That way you can use one bobbin thread for different colors of stitches without having to change it. If you've got an embroidery bobbin thread, it'll kind of pull to the bottom and it won't show on the top. So you can, we're going to use a red and a green, but we're still just going to use a regular embroidery bobbin thread for the whole project. So it gives you a good balanced stitch. So I'm threaded with the cotton on the top, the embroidery bobbin thread on the bottom. We are going to use, as I said, the 14 count Aida cloth. Now again, normally when you're doing decorative stitches, you would use a stabilizer behind this because you need something to keep those stitches sturdy and flat while you're doing it. Otherwise you can get puckering. On any decorative stitch, you can get puckering if you don't have a stabilizer behind it. However, what's fun about this project is depending on the Aida cloth you get, some of them are really starched to make it easy to stitch on them, and this one is nice and stiff. So I'm actually not going to need a stabilizer with this particular project because the Aida cloth is so stiff, even though I'm only using one layer. So it's kind of a fun way to be able to go even faster because I don't have to use a stabilizer there. So to pick our stitch, we are going to go to our decorative stitches, and within the decorative stitches, the stitches are organized in folders so you can find the stitch that you want. We're using the cross stitches today, so there's a whole folder just for cross stitches, and there's quite a few different ones you can select from. If the picture's kind of small and you can't tell if you like it or not, you can just select that stitch and you'll get a preview of the stitch. It shows you exactly what it's going to look like. What I love about this machine is it's so easy to change the stitch. So this is a regular cross stitch, but if I lengthen it, it looks more like an argyle stitch. It's really simple and easy. You can change any stitch on the machine, and just by adjusting the length and width knobs. If I don't like it, I can just touch clear and go back to the standard stitch. and we're back to the original stitch. So you can play around with it, get yourself some scraps and play around with the different stitches till you figure out which ones you like. I'm going to start with this one. I like the way it goes down the center, and that's going to be the center of my bookmark. Now I've drawn a line down the center of this bookmark. I've used a chalk marker so you can see what I'm doing, but at home don't use a chalk marker on this Ada cloth. It's kind of hard to get off. What you want to use is like a heat erasable pen or a water erasable pen, and then you can take that off when you're done. So just draw a line right down the middle. This is a 3" by 7" piece. You can do whatever size you want to do. If you want something that's longer and skinnier, your preference is totally up to you. And but that 3 by 7 is what I'm using here, so I've marked it at 1.5 inches down the middle. So we're going to get this started and put this right under the foot. I'm using just the standard foot. It's clear near the front of it so I can see where I'm going, and it has a indentation in the middle, so it'll be very easy for me to see that I've got it lined up in the center. And I am going to lower the presser foot with the button. It does have a freehand system, so I could lower and raise the presser foot with the freehand system, but with the camera angle here, I won't be doing that today. So I've got it centered, I've lowered the presser foot, I'm ready to start stitching, and let's stitch down the middle. I'm not gonna stitch all the way down, I'm just gonna stitch part way in the interest of time, but we'll stitch that first stitch right down the middle. And then when I'm done, I'm just going to use the thread cutter to cut, and I've got my stitch down the middle, and you can see how cute that looks, just like a cross stitch down the middle. So now I want to add some more cross stitches, and as you can see here in this one, I've alternated between the red and the green. So I've got red down the middle and then green on either side and red on either side. Now I did not switch back and forth between red and green. I just did the red, left some space, and then did the green. You can be as precise with this as you want, or you can just have fun with it. So if you want to mark your lines and really test and experiment with exactly where those stitches are going to go, you can do so. You can use the edge of the foot to help you line things up, or you can use a stitch guide to help you line things up. But we're going to keep it really simple today and just use the edge of the foot to help us get some spacing between these stitches. So now let's pick a different stitch. So I'll choose this one with a little bit different stitch, and we'll come over to the side. Again, what's fun about this Ada cloth, I'm just using the edge of the foot, but I can use these little lines that you can see with the holes in the Ada cloth to line things up. So I'm going to line that up about 2 little rows over, lower the presser foot, kind of keep my eye on there. Exactly where I want to go, and then we're going to start stitching this new stitch. Really cute. So now you can see how adorable that looks. And what's kind of fun is sometimes it does actually land in the little holes. So it feels really exciting when it does. So I've got my red stitches. Now I would just keep repeating that however you wanted to do it. You would take, for me, I would prefer a symmetrical design. So I'd take that same stitch, go over here, same distance away, and repeat. So play around with it, get something that you like. And we're gonna switch colors now just for fun. We're going to cut the thread up here and pull through. I know you've heard that a million times, but just a reminder, you don't want to pull the thread backwards through the machine. You always want to cut the thread and pull it through. So we've taken that red thread off and we'll put on this green. Again, it's a cotton 50 weight thread, and we'll put that in place. Just thread up the machine. Quick and easy to thread. It does have a needle threader So we've got that threaded, raise the presser foot, and there we go. So we can now put a stitch in between these. Now I could pick another one of these decorative cross stitches, or you might play around with some of the other stitches in your machine and find one that you really like and you like how it looks on the cross stitch fabric. I'm going to actually play with the Stitch Designer, and that is that one feature I was telling you that is different between the B79 and the B77, and that is the Stitch Designer. So what the Stitch Designer does, it lets you draw your very own stitches. So you can take an existing stitch, I can take an existing stitch and go into the Stitch Designer and actually edit that stitch. So I can add more stitches to it. If you've got a stitch and it's like, I wish it had one more stitch in this spot, you can do that with the Stitch Designer. You can play around with it. You can also start from scratch. So I can do a brand new stitch, and when I'm using the Stitch Designer, I like to use the stylus that gets stored right up here. And I like to set it to snap to grid so that as I'm setting the stitches, it snaps to the little grid that helps me keep things straight. If you were doing like curved stitches, you might not want it to snap to grid. But just for fun, I'm just going to show you how you could do it. You just start your stitch and you can create whatever pattern you want. Now, one thing to keep in mind is it's going to repeat itself. So the nice thing is it actually gives you a little preview of what it's going to look like when it repeats itself over here on the left-hand side. So you can see, did I need to add another stitch here so that it can continue down? So I really like how that stitch looks. Now, if I add another stitch, I can see that there's a little bit more space in those stitches. So you can make this however you want, and then once you've created that stitch, you can even save that stitch to be able to come back and use it again. So I've made my pretty little stitch here, and we are going to stitch it out. One thing I also love is even the stitches you create in the Stitch Designer, you can modify them. So you can make them wider, you can make them shorter, and play around with them that way. So I've got my little stitch I've created, and we're gonna go right in between these two stitches, and I'm gonna lower the presser foot and start stitching. And there we go. Looks really cute in between our two stitches. I found that using it for these kind of cross stitch projects where you just are doing a really simple type of stitch is a really fun way to play around with a Stitch Designer. If you've got a Stitch Designer on your machine, or have thought about wanting one that does have a Stitch Designer, sometimes it can be kind of intimidating, like I don't even know what I want to create. When you're doing something simple like this, that's just a pattern, you can play around with anything. It doesn't have to look like an apple or a certain type of thing. You can just play around with different geometric shapes. So there I've got my stitches. Now, of course, I would have stitched these all the way down. I would have gone on both sides of the stitch, just like you see in my sample here, but just in the interest of time, we didn't stitch them all the way down. So once you're happy with your stitches, we're gonna cut the thread tails off. Okay, and I have already prepared a backing. So we're gonna put a backing on this. This way you can't see the back of the stitches, and I like being able to use a pretty little scrap of fabric as well. So we've got a piece of backing here. I've already cut one 3x7. So I've got my 3x7 fabric there. And then you need a piece of fusible web. So I'm using the soft web from OESD. That's my personal favorite fusible web because it's really flexible and soft, but real easy to use. It has a paper backing as well. So soft web is what I'm using. And what you're going to do is place the soft web on the back. I've cut it 3x7 also, so it fits perfectly. And then I'm going to go to my iron. I'm using my Laura Star today, but you can use whatever iron you've got. And press that in place. Give it a few seconds to set. I think my iron turned itself off. Sure did. You can turn off the auto shut off on this machine, but I forgot to do so. And we're filming all live today, so you'll have to be patient with me while my iron heats back up. So what you would do is you're going to fuse this in place, and then you are going to peel the paper backing off and fuse the fabric in place. So you're just creating a little sandwich there. Let's see if that's hot enough. Okay, I think that'll work. Oh yeah, that's hot enough. Okay, so we are going to peel this paper backing off. And now this is fusible. And you put your fabric in place and fuse that in place too. So just line everything up as best you can. If you're not perfect, you can always go square it up with a rotary cutter. We're just gonna fuse that. Oh, that got really hot really fast. Okay, so now it's fused in place. Now you could leave this as is and maybe just do a straight stitch around the edge, but just for fun, we are going to do a blanket stitch around the edge to kind of seal everything in place. Now because I'm doing the blanket stitch and the stitch is going to show on the back, I am going to switch out the bobbin thread. So this has a simple drop-in bobbin, and I've already wound the same color thread, this green thread. I've already wound that, and we're going to put that in place. So we want that to match up. And then we're going to stitch all the way around the outside of this. So I'm using a blanket stitch, and on this machine that's under the quilting stitches, and it's stitch number 1008. Let's get that stitch selected. And you can use a stitch just like it is. I like to make it more square. So I'm going to make it 3 millimeters wide by 3 millimeters long. That way my stitch is going to look more square. I like a blanket stitch that looks square, but whatever you like best. Now the other thing I'm going to do with this stitch is move it over to the right. So I'm moving the needle position over to the right so that the spine of that stitch is actually all the way to the edge of the opening of my foot. And what that's going to do is when I go to put this fabric in place, I'm not trying to eyeball it to see if that stitch is going to be in the right place, because I can just line that fabric up with the inside hole of my presser foot. Now, if you're using like an open toe presser foot, you actually could even then line it up with the inside toe. This foot has a little mark where the edge of that opening is, so I can use that. Or again, if you have an open toe, line it up with the inside toe. So I've got that set in place. I've got the same bobbin thread in the top and bottom. I've set my stitches to 3 by 3. One other thing you might want to do with this particular stitch, I'm going to tighten the top tension. And the reason is this stitch is normally designed so that the stitch will fall to the back. And when you're doing regular applique where the back is not going to show, that's what you want. But we're using it as an edge stitch. So for the edge stitch, we're going to increase the top tension, and I'm going to go up a couple points here. So the default was 4, I'm going to go up to 6. And that's just going to make the stitch meet at the edge as opposed to pulling to the back. And then we can just stitch it up. So it's very simple to do. Make sure that you have the needle stop down so that at the end of each stitch, the needle stops down in the fabric. And that's going to be handy when we get to the corner. So I'm going to start near a corner so we can see the corner. So we'll get started. We will actually, when we start stitching, the presser foot automatically lowers. So we'll start stitching. Again, we're keeping that edge lined up with the inside toe of the foot. And we'll keep our little blanket stitch around the edge. Now when you get to the corner, we're going to pivot. So if you have a freehand system, that's the easiest way to pivot. Just use your freehand system to raise the presser foot, turn the fabric. I don't have that attached today, so we'll use the presser foot raise and lower, turn it, and then stitch around the corner. Next corner, same thing, presser foot or the needle down in the fabric, raise the presser foot, pivot, and go around the corner. Okay, and then you can see that gives you a really cute edge. And again, if you miss a little spot here with this 8 o'clock, you can just kind of trim that little bit away if you weren't perfectly on the edge. and you get a really cute finish to your bookmark. So you can see what a fun and easy project this is. It's something you could turn out a lot of if you need something for all your book club friends, or something to throw into some thank you notes, something that you can have around and really fun and easy to complete. So that is the bookmark project that I have for you today. I hope you've enjoyed in following along, and you'll make a few of your own.
Thanks, Christy. That was super fun. I love playing with my decorative stitches because I have tons of them, and it's really fun to just play with them and see what they can do. What I find sometimes with decorative stitches, even just like taking a piece of scrap cloth and just sewing them all out is really great, because then you get to see really what they look like, and it's really fun to see what they look like, because then, you know, like then I keep a sample of them, so that way when I'm doing something else, I know really how big it is, what it looks like, so then I can use it next time without wondering what that stitch is. But this was a fun project. So I am standing here in front of the beautiful Bernette B79, and the B79 is one of my favorite machines. So I'm going to tell this guy, it's telling me all the things, so it gets to its screen here. Safety first, everyone. It's going to move. So here we go. Oh, that's a good shot of it. So Bernette makes beautiful machines, and they're all designed by the same people who design all the Berninas, and they are just a value-packed machine. And the cool thing about the B79 is it is sewing, quilting, and embroidery, which is amazing. So it has everything. And then there is a version of this machine that is not purple, but this is the B79 Yaya Han edition. And Yaya is a wonderful cosplayer. She makes tons of costumes, and it really shows the heavy duty, you know, how heavy duty this machine is, because you can sew on all different types of fabric. It's very easy to use. It has a lot of my favorite ease of use features, like the needle up, needle down. It has down here, it has the presser foot up and down, the thread cutters, the reverse, all of my quick, beautiful things. It has a lovely needle threader. Everything is built into it. And then, you know, right here on the screen, you can just touch and get to the different designs, and you can see them all on your screen, which is really, really lovely. But not only does it do all of the beautiful sewing and quilting, but it also does embroidery, and it has the nice 6x10 hoop. It actually comes with two hoops. It comes with a 5x7 hoop and the 6x10 hoop. But what I love about the 6x10 hoop is it just gives you more space to work with, right? And this machine has so much value because it has the dual feed, so it's an amazing sewing machine. You can do all your quilting on it, and then it also has all of these beautiful embroidery features. And because it's a special edition machine, it comes with a couple of extras. So it comes with the full set of standard feet. So it comes with all of your standard feet, which would be like your straight stitch, your zigzag foot, rolled hem foot, all of zipper foot, buttonhole foot, all those come with it. But because it's the Yaya Han edition, it is also coming with this whole foot set that gets you another, I believe it's another 12 feet. So you get, or maybe 8 feet, you get a whole bunch of other feet. I should just open this up. We're gonna open it up, you guys. Like, why not? This should have been open so I could show you. I'm sure somewhere I'll find some scissors. But it's very helpful to just use. Oh, yeah, is there a question?
Yep. Is it light enough for use for travel?
Is it light enough to use for travel? Yes. So, you know, it definitely is, it's definitely not as heavy as other machines. It's still a heavy duty machine, so it's not like crazy light, but I bet, you know, the embroidery unit comes off and it is not too heavy. I think it would be easy to take as a travel machine. It also does come with the beautiful extension table, which is awesome. So it expands all your space. 8 feet, thank you. See, I have people here who are helping me out with my numbers. So as we finally get open, we will see that voila, it is 8 beautiful feet, and it looks like they're falling out of this one because they lose their little spot in here. And that's in addition to the feet that come with it. But there are all of these different feet here. Let's pull them out so I can tell you about each of them. So what's fun is these are feet that Yaya picked herself that she wanted to have as extras. So it has the invisible zipper foot. It has a binding foot, a Teflon foot, a gathering foot. There's a rolled hem foot here, an open toe foot. All of these great feet, these extra feet are really nice. And then it even comes with this little book that takes you through how to use the different feet and what each foot is for, which is sort of cool. Like there's the gathering foot and it's showing you how to use it in a little picture, which I always love when there's little tutorials with the things. But that's not all that comes with this machine, right? So we've already talked about it does sewing, it does quilting, it does embroidery, and it's coming with, this is the thing that's mind-blowing, everybody. It is coming with the Bernina Embroidery Software 9 Creator. So this is actually a full software program. Again, so it's not glaring on you. This is a full software program that allows you to edit embroidery designs, digitize embroidery designs. This sells for $9.99 by itself, and it is coming free with this machine right now. So it is a huge package value that is coming with this machine. I think we have a slide that shows the pricing on this guy right now because it's coming with so much. So it's regularly $33.35. It's on sale right now for $24.99, and the free items that are coming with the machine have over $1,000 value. I think they say it's like $1,400 because that software alone is selling for $9.99 right now, and that is coming with it. It comes with that embroidery unit. It comes with both those hoops. It comes with all the feet. It really is an amazing machine. And then I love how it's purple. Like, how fun is all the purple? It is just super fun. So if you've been thinking about getting yourself a new machine or a travel machine, this guy is a really nice addition because it has a lot of value and you're getting that 6x10 hoop. And I know I keep talking about the hoop sizes during our different presentations, but sometimes that's what your limiting factor is when you are embroidering. So if your hoop is small, then you can't use all the designs. So the bigger the hoop, the easier it is because you can use more designs. You can also combine more things into one hooping and then just tell it to go, which is what I love to do. So the other things I wanted to mention really quick is I know Christy mentioned a couple of things in her segment. We talked a little bit yesterday about like the Clover Choco liner pens. So these can be great to use for marking. The other thing she talks a little bit about is pre-wound bobbins. And I love me some pre-wound bobbins because, well, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like winding bobbins. I'm kind of lazy. I just want to have a bobbin that's already wound. And so I love these Quilter Select ones. I love this one because it has all the colors. And generally, like one of the colors I want is right here. I have lots of white and black pre-wound bobbins as well, and they even have one of these that is just all the neutrals, because of course we use a lot of neutrals, but sometimes you just need like a purple bobbin because you're doing something purple, or like I had to repair one of my son's basketball team jerseys that was red, so I needed a quick bobbin. I was able to grab one of these super easy, and these are on sale right now as well. So lovely things there. So like we've talked about, and I think I even forgot to say this, but on the B79, if we flip back to that screen with the slide, I forgot to mention, I think, that if you call our store, you can actually get a better price. So if you call our 800 number, or if you come into any one of our store locations, we do have a special sweetheart sale price that's even better than this price. This price in itself is amazing. It's a great value, but we have a better price on this machine right now. So give us a call, come into a store location, and we can let you know what that price is. So yes, and then of course, everything we're talking about is on our website and you can purchase it there. You go to the homepage, qualitysewing.com, and the banner across the top, it says Sweetheart Sale, and you can click there. I'm getting distracted by the question there. How many stitches does this machine have? My team, the machine has 500 built-in stitches. See, my team is taking care of me. 500 built-in stitches and 276 embroidery design. That is a lot of built-in stitches. You can make a lot of bookmarks, you guys, a lot of bookmarks. So we have some more quilting fun coming for you. So Angelina is going to come back, and she has made this gorgeous quilt that you see behind me that I showed you earlier, and she's going to tell you a little bit about how she made this. She has a fun door prize to give away, and Angelina, I'm going to just roll this table out and you can just come on in here and get started. She's going to take you through some different things that the different Quilters Select tools and rulers can do for you.
Hi, I'm back. Yes, Carmen asked me to do this, and she sent me these two new rulers from Quilters Select, and I got so excited and inspired in playing with them that it just kind of snowballed, and it snowballed into this. So I'm going to show you how this quilt and its blocks were designed with just 2 rulers, and how I could have created even more shapes than you see on here. But I had to try to rein myself back in. You know, you get the idea, it snowballs, it gets bigger and bigger. I had to stop. So I'm going to show you these 2 new rulers. So if you're not familiar with Quilters Select, I'm going to explain to you why Quilters Select is the best quilting system for your cutting needs at home. So as Carmen mentioned earlier, it is an ambidextrous system. So if you are right-handed or one of the lefties, you can use this system because the numbers go left to right and right to left. The mats are reversible. Sometimes you're putting a fabric on there and it's like kind of hard to see your edges. So you could always flip it and use the darker side if you were like doing white fabric or a cream color fabric. So it's really versatile, it works for everyone. But the coolest part about it is that the measurements are exact with the rulers. So have you ever bought a ruler and then put it up against your mat and the lines don't match up? That's not going to happen with Quilters Select. With Quilters Select, everything matches exactly. And the rulers, you can see here, if you can see, it's kind of yellowy. They're yellowy because they have this really cool film on the back that grips to your fabric, right? So have you ever put a ruler on there, and we're just humans and we're cutting along and we forget to move our hand and we get up here and everything starts slipping? Has that ever happened to you, or is it just me? This is going to reduce that from happening because this sticks really well to the fabric so it doesn't slide. And Quilters Select also has another really cool product. I brought one because I use this. If you were watching earlier, you saw that I'm a long armer. I use this on my long arm rulers and on my home sewing machine, home cutting rulers. This is a little handle you can put on there also. So if you are afraid of getting your fingers too close to where your blade is, you can use this little handle that sticks on there, and then it just pops right off and can go on any ruler that you're using too. So they've really thought of everything with Quilters Select. We have a large variety of rulers right here, and you saw me using the Quilters Select rotary cutter. Now, this is a rotary cutter unlike any other. It is a right and a left-handed cutter on one rotary cutter. Has a safety built in. You're actually just going to push this right here and flip the side here, and then the blade will come out and cut. And to close it up, you just tap it the other way and it goes back in. Now everything is protected. So if you are righty or a lefty, it's going to work for you. It is safe and it has a nice weight to it. And I think that the benefit of that is that it's not all the strength of cutting my fabric isn't coming from me. I have this ruler and this rotary cutter that's going to help me get more accurate cuts, even with just the pressure, particularly if you're going through a lot of layers of fabric. If you've ever had to go through and you're like, kind of like sawing right through it, this is going to help you with that. So let's get to these cool new style of rulers. You were gifted one and will be using it today. I love the way it feels. I agree. And what a wonderful gift. So let me show you some other stuff that you're going to want to go with your rotary cutter. The rulers that they sent me was this kind of little funky one. And this is such a versatile tool. And you know, sometimes you get something that's a multi-tool and not a mono tool, and you're just like, well, I can't make heads or tails of it. This was super easy to figure out. This one ruler will cut squares, quarter square triangles, and half square triangles. It is based on strip cutting. So I have some strips here to show you what I mean by that. So I have a strip of fabric here, and I'm going to lay it out on my mat. This is a 4-inch strip. So if I wanted to cut half square triangles, I'm going to line up this part of it on here. Move this over. So I can see with my nice thicker line here where the edge is, and you'll notice right over here it's snubbed off. So when I go to cut, my corners are going to be dog-eared for me. Now you'll notice that to trim this side, I moved it and the fabric went with it. It didn't slide. It was like perfectly attached on there. Now, trim that off, set those aside, but obviously I need more than 2. So now I'm just going to rotate this ruler the other direction, and look, it lines up perfectly with the snub and the point. And now I can cut. So now I have my half square triangles cut almost effortlessly. I mean, effortlessly to be honest, and ready to go. I could cut the whole strip like that. I have some pre-cut right here to show you, because the most important thing about it being blunted off at the end right there is that it reduces the amount of trimming I have to do. So when I put my half square triangles together to make my half square triangle block, I just have little tails on the end to trim up, and that's very simple to do. The other thing that's great about this is that this isn't just one ruler to cut a 4-inch strip. It's going to cut from 1-inch strips up to 6.5-inch strips. So my half square triangle units, I can cut ones that are going to finish anywhere from 2 inches all the way up to 6.5 inches with just one ruler, right? That's like 6 rulers in one. But wait, there's more, right? Now we can do quarter square triangles too. Has anyone ever sewn a quarter square triangle and had to try to get all the pieces to line up? So I'm actually just going to use my same strip. Going to line it up right here. And start trimming. Rotate this so I can safely cut that little extra tail off the end there. And if I wanted to cut more, then I'm just going to rotate it this direction and keep cutting the entire strip. Now I have some pre-cut to show you. I have this little jelly roll, because pro tip, a jelly roll is 2.5-inch strips, right? So if you happen to have a jelly roll of pastels that kind of look like conversation hearts, like I found in my stash last night. Oh, I'm sorry, Reva's here, in my resource center. When I needed something, I went to my resource center and I found this little jelly roll that looked like conversation hearts. Started cutting from the 2.5-inch strip. So this is a quarter square triangle that was cut from a 2.5-inch strip and sews together. And what does it make? A half square triangle. So right, I can attach that to my other half square triangle. Now I have this unit. Have you ever seen a unit like this in your quilts? I bet you have. If you've made an Ohio star, you definitely have. I can also piece all 4 of them together, and now I have a square like this. So this is my quarter square triangle. It finishes at 4.5 inches all put together, cut from 2.5-inch strips. These units are going to fit together. Look at that, right? So these all work together seamlessly. And with the sizes that are on this ruler, again, you're going to be able to cut your quarter square triangles from up to 1 inch up to 4.5 inches, which is this side. So imagine this duplicated around. You're going to get a really big block. You're going to get like an 8-inch block. So super flexible in what you can do with that. You can also actually cut your squares. So you'll notice that from here up, I should flip it this way. From here up, you have a 6.5-inch square. And these lines are going in because if you needed to trim from your stripe, you would be going in and in and in and in, right? So I have, let me grab another scrap here. Another strip. And if I wanted to cut my strip pieces, I'm just going to line this up on here. It fits right in there. This is a 2.5-inch strip, and I'm going to cut my squares. It's just going to fit right in there. I can keep cutting my 2.5-inch squares. Now I've already cut some so that I can show you these 2.5-inch squares sewn together make what? A 4.5-inch block, right? So these pieces that I've shown you are all going to fit together. So what happened is I started playing with this, trying to get comfortable with it, and my brain starts going, oh, well, what if I put these 2 yellows together? Now I have a diamond. Oh, wait, now that's creating a pattern here. Oh, this is a sweetheart sale. Wouldn't it be fun if I could make a heart? And then all these quarter square triangles that I started cutting fit together, and I made this heart. So this is actually made from the quarter square triangles, and the corners are snubbed off with the half square triangle unit, just like this one right here. So there's so much versatility in this, right? This ruler inspired me to create this. And then, like I said, the snowballs happen. So that's where we get more of our traditional blocks, like this classic star block here, which was made with 5-inch squares. I designed this heart out of the quarter square triangles because I wanted it to be really multifaceted. I like things that are sparkly, and Valentine's is coming up, and so I wanted to look like a jewel and be kind of crystally, which of course made me start going, well, how would I make a diamond? And the other ruler they had sent me to play with was this triangle. So this is a 60-degree triangle, and it goes up to 8.5 inches. And you can use the entire triangle to cut from your strips, or you can use a part of it. So this 8.5-inch triangle, I was able to cut these 4.5-inch triangles. Now, I was using this really cool ombre fabric that I got out of my resource center. And so it looks like I have a lot of different fabrics here, but they all work perfectly together. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried sewing triangles before. They're actually one of my favorite shapes to sew. When you line them up to sew, you're going to match the snubbed off corner from the ruler. You're just going to fit the triangle from the other piece in there. So it's going to have like this little tail on the end, and you'll have that on the opposite side here. That helps you with your seam allowance, and everything nests together perfectly. So you'll sew from that. It's going to open up, and then you sew 3 together, and you're kind of like, huh, well, that's a half hexagon. I could use that in a grandmother's flower garden. But wait, I want to make a diamond, right? So then you start cutting more, if you're me, and you start playing with all these shapes and look at all the things that you could come up with from just one shape. You can create other shapes. So I was doing this, and I said, oh, look, I can make a diamond. But then I thought, well, maybe it's just not sparkly enough. I want my diamond to have more sparkle, even though I'm using flat fabric. So then I started cutting 2.5-inch triangles just by using the line right here that says 2.5 and just this part of the ruler. And I came up with more 2.5-inch ones. Now, what happens when you sew 2 rows of 2.5-inch triangles together is you end up with a 4.5-inch triangle. So I could go in there and know that if I'm going to sew all of this together, it's now going to make the same triangle that's going to match up with this. And this is all on one ruler. There's no reason to buy multiple rulers. This one does so many things. You can also use the other half of that. I'm going to set this all aside here, right? Because I was trying to make a diamond. So what if I didn't want to piece all those little triangles? I see a sailboat. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I'm telling you, once you start playing with these shapes, you start wanting to sew them together in other directions. I have so many little pieces that looks like a pile of scraps over here. I swear they have a purpose. I'm going to show them all to you. So when you use the other side of this 60-degree triangle ruler, like I said, you can cut the smaller triangle off the top. Well, you can also use the shape down here, right? That's a half hexagon. Now we have half hexagons. You can make them out of a triangle. You can cut them on different strips on here, right? So even if I wanted a half hexie that was only 2 inches tall, I could start from the bottom here. I could also use just 2 inches in the middle, right? It's like unlimited the amount of sizes you can cut from this. So that's how I ended up with these little strips, because I cut a 2.5-inch hexagon from the middle of that ruler and paired it up with a 2.5-inch triangle that I cut with the top of this ruler. Then that snowballs some more, right? And now we have something like this. And then we make the opposite and we put them together. Now, what if I wanted to design a strip quilt? I could put these together, sew those together, and I would have rows going in different directions. If I put them like this and these points match, now I've got full hexagons made from half hexagons that are very easy to quilt, very easy to piece, very easy to sew together. Here's something you may not know about me. I hate paper piecing. And this ruler made it so that I could do something that looks paper pieced that I didn't have to paper piece, because I cut little tiny triangles to make a slightly bigger triangle, which fit into a hexagon. So this diamond right here that I came up with has a 4-inch triangle, it has a 4.5-inch half hexagon, and then littler triangles that match these sizes to create the diamond on here. So these rulers are so versatile, and they just kind of, they can create so many opportunities, so much potential. the first diamond that I did, so you can see another way that you could do triangles or hexagons with this, is I made this block right here. It wasn't quite as sparkly as I wanted. Like I said, I wanted it to have a lot of like dynamic, you know, even though it's a flat fabric, I wanted it to look like it had a little shimmer to it, right? So I needed more facets. So I started with this, and you can see on here that, I think if I hit the light right, you can see my seams, that this is all created from piecing triangles and half hexies together, even the background. And this cool tulip pink fabric that I used had like the birds are all flying in a rainbow direction. When I cut it up and I started rotating them in as my background, I was able to place them kind of where I wanted, kind of like doing a one block wonder, but with a lot less fabric. Oh, thank you. It was really fun to make, and I hope that you get this ruler and try to make one too. Thanks for your comments, Kate. So we've got all these pieces, but if you just want to do something simple, if you're like figuring out hexagons into triangles, I don't do geometry anymore, I don't want to do that. Here's some fun fabric play you can do with that 60-degree triangle ruler also. It is just cutting the whole 8.5-inch triangle, but with a fun printed fabric. And then, of course, you know, rotate it around a point. Now, if I was making a quilt with these triangles, the triangles piece all the way across into rows, but you could rotate your fabric into fun patterns and now create secondary shapes. This was a striped fabric that now I can have hexies rotating around the point. If I was to sew this together, it creates such a dynamic design from just one ruler. And I could do this in any size. I could do this smaller and have lots of them, like a grandmother's flower garden, or some of those, like, what are they? I'm never going to say this right, so forgive me if you're making one of these, but what do they call it? A La Pascaliaga or something like that, with all those little pieces that go around without having to do any handwork or paper piecing. You could definitely get really inspired to do some things and step outside of your box with just these two rulers. They're super fun to use, and even in just a more utilitarian, if you're like, I just want to use it to cut what I'm already doing, Quilters Select has a huge variety of sizes and shapes for their rulers. The rulers come in your standard sizes. I've got like a 2.5 right here and a 6.5 right here. And if you needed them to square up a quilt block, let me show you how easy that is too. I've got my piece of fabric right here, and say I want to cut, say I'm fussy cutting. If you've seen my quilting, you know I'm a big fussy cutter. And this will go, it's got the yellow grip on it, but it's still clear enough that I can see what prints are in my fabric. So I can stick that on there, and when I need to square something up and I'm trimming, I don't really need a rotating cutting mat because the fabric stays with the ruler as I go around the corner. Easy peasy, right? All in one. It's a great multi-purpose setup. Now, Quilters Select is more than just rulers also. That might be the best comment so far, actually, Lynn. That is fantastic. Quilters Select makes it so easy. So in addition to having rulers to trim your pieces and the boards and the cutters to go with them, they also make thread. And Carmen was talking to you about pre-wound bobbins earlier. So Quilters Select has great thread that goes along with those pre-wound bobbins. And the 60 weight thread that they have is my favorite for piecing, because have any of us ever tried quilting and then given up a little bit on quilting because your pieces aren't matching up, your points aren't matching up? Sometimes the size of your thread has something to do with that. It eats into your seam allowance. And so they have come out with some really beautiful, strong but fine threads that are at 60 weight and 80 weight that virtually take up no seam allowance. Your points are going to be so accurate, especially when you're doing something that really, like, the success of it is dependent on the accuracy of those points to create those facets. So I love this. Now, you saw me talking about a quilting machine earlier and how you might be quilting yours on a long arm, and that's awesome because your machine will baste it together. But if you also quilt on a home sewing machine or anything where you have to baste your quilt in advance, you have to do something that's either crawling around on the ground or like sticking it on the wall, and you've got 505 sprayer pins or something, right? Quilters Select has a great product for that you don't have to worry about an aerosol if you're like little buddies or in your sewing room with you. You don't have to worry about it getting in the air or leaving residue on the edges of your surfaces. This is the Quilters Select Free Fuse, and Free Fuse is a adhesive that comes out as a sprinkle, and you are going to put it on your base fabric. And when we're layering a quilt together, I consider the batting to be kind of my base. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to sprinkle this, not super generously, but I'm not going to be stingy with it because I want my project to work, right? I'm going to just kind of sprinkle it all over, set my fabric on top of there, and then I'm going to hit it with an iron because the iron really kind of activates that fusible on there. It makes everything stick together. So I don't have a piece of it here, but I've done it before. You can put this on both sides, stick your front and your back on there and hold it up, and your fabric does not slide off. It is fused. It is great. You don't have to worry about taking pins out. You don't have to worry about overspray. This is a great product. Now, if you're free motion quilting on your stationary quilting machine or your home sewing machine, Quilters Select also has these gloves. And I say gloves and you're going, but they don't have fingers, Angelina. I've seen quilting gloves. These are not it. These are better. These actually go over the part of your hand that you really want to use for the pressure, which is the palm, and keeps your fingers free to move about and do stuff. I teach long arm quilting classes, and when I show people like the gloves that go over your finger, I personally feel sometimes like it's, you know, like when you put a Band-Aid on your finger and you're just like, I can't do anything now. Like, I'm done. I can't do anything. There's a Band-Aid on my hand. This one is inoperable. And then I have to try to grab my quilt and I'm like, I don't know. It's like when you get a Band-Aid on your finger. This removes that sensation because they go on really easily. And my fingers are still free. So I can come over here, grab my rotary cutter if I need to trim something real quick, grab my snips, grab my fabric, do what I need to do. But this right here holds onto the fabric. So this has a grippy texture on there so that it holds that fabric to help you move it around. But you're not going to get the like death grip on your fingers that sometimes you get when you're free motion quilting and you're like so nervous, right? You're like, ah. This is really going to help with that quilting pause. That is a great way of putting it. Now that I see them up there, it does kind of look like that. Which actually you could do a bear paw block actually with this ruler also. You could do bear paw blocks out of that because you've got the half square and the quarter square. How much does one container do? Do you get more than one quilt done with the fuse? Yes, you do. Like I said, you don't want to be super generous, but you don't want to be stingy. There's a lot of powder in here. It says that there is, let's see, there's, 2 ounces in here, and you're just going to sprinkle it over. So think of like you're salting your meal, right? It just goes over there. Not every inch of your batting has to be covered with this diffuse. It does a really great job. So I would say you're probably going to get a couple quilts out of it, depending on the size of your quilt. Another comment, does the fusible wash out entirely? Most sprays leave plastic beads. I don't think that this one actually washes out entirely. I think that it stays in there a little bit, but it doesn't leave like a plastic gummy behind. I could be wrong by that. It is needle friendly. I've never had a problem with it gumming up my needles. I've never had a problem with it being so permanent that I can't shift my fabric. Sometimes you're like smoothing and you've heat set it and everything and you've got that ripple. It's still easy enough to lift that fabric up, re-smooth it, hit it with that heat and reposition it. So it's a really great product for that. Like I said, the Quilters Select rulers come in all different sizes. I don't have one here to show you, but they have one that even goes out to 36 inches long. So this is the 2.5 by 18, which is probably the size I use the most because I like a ruler that I can kind of control with my hand, and this fits in there. But they have one that goes out to 36 inches. So if you've ever tried squaring up a really big piece of fabric, but you're like, I have to scoot my ruler the whole time to do it, right? And then you're like, oh, I don't know, I can't see the mat underneath it. Is it going crooked? Is it growing straight? There's a 36-inch option. So they go from 2.5 inches all the way up to 2.5 by 36. There's lots of squares, there's lots of rectangles. There is a ruler for every size. So let's see here. We've got a few minutes left and then we're going to do our giveaway. Are there any other questions about these products? Is there any other questions? I mean, they're so cool. I could talk about them forever, but they're actually going to, give me a limit here, and you want prizes, so we're going to talk about them. Do I yell it because of the adhesive on the back? Oh, I didn't even think about that. I talked about why there's different colors on the mat. That is a great part from Reva that I should mention. You could put this adhesive on there in different, it could have been clear, but it is yellow so that it can be used on light and dark fabric and be visible. I've got some white fabric right here. We can put it on this corner here so that you can still see those black lines very clearly on there. And then if we have it on a darker fabric, it's still very clear as to where the lines are on there. Yes. Which ruler do I think is the most versatile? Oh, hands down, this one. I love this ruler. I don't want to have to give it back. I had so much fun with this, and being inspired to create shapes and quilt blocks, either traditional or something a little more modern and fun, was just kind of just rolling out of me by creating these shapes. I have a whole bunch over here that I will probably go home and play with and line them up in different ways and see what I can connect. There is other quilt patterns also. If you are someone who just wants to follow the directions for a pattern, if you go to Quilters Select website, there is tutorials on how to use these rulers available there. And there's a couple free patterns with downloadable instructions that were actually designed by my friend Ellen Schmidt. And those are free downloads. So there's going to be advice on there on how to piece your triangles together, how to cut those triangles together. There's so much information out there. And the packages have QR codes right on them. And QR codes are like my favorite thing in quilting right now, because it means when I'm at my machine, I can just scan it with my phone and then have my directions right there at the tip of my fingers on my phone, ready for me to look at and read. So yes. Do they have a 5.5 by 5.5? I think that they do, actually. I know they have them in the even numbers and in the half sizes. So I believe there's a 5, a 5.5, a 6, and a 6.5. So, and if not, on this triangle one here, there is 5.5 right there. So you could always line your block up right here and trim from the sides or square it up that way, or use a strip and cut 5.5-inch squares from here if that's what your pattern calls for. So we are going to do the drawing here, and the drawing prize is actually going to be my favorite ruler, the 3-in-1 half square combo ruler. And they already gave me the thing. So Kimberly Cummings, you are the winner of this ruler. These rulers are available on our website. If you go to qualitysewing.com, it is on sale right now for $30.49. It's pretty awesome, and it's really versatile. I hope that this is a ruler that you want to add into your repertoire, because I just think there's so many fun things that you can do with this ruler. So we are gonna hand it over to Reva, I think, here, and she's gonna talk about some fun things that you can do on the multi-needle.
Thank you, Angelina. That was really good. I love the Quilters Select rulers and rotary cutters and mats. They make everything so much better, and it was great learning about the new ones, because those were ones I didn't quite have down all the way. So that was awesome. Okay, so we still have a lot of you with us, so thanks for coming with us. I'd like to see what your favorite thing has been about today or yesterday. So you can pop that into the comments. We'd love to see what you're liking and how much fun you're having. So go ahead and pop that in there. But I just wanted to remind you that, well, big thank you for joining us today. But we do have that giveaway that that Angelina just did, was for someone who's live with us today. But we also have that wonderful sublimation printer from Brother that is open to anyone who watches the live or the recording. If you just like, comment, or share the from Facebook or YouTube, you're going to be entered to win that printer. So we're going to give that away on the 19th of February. So that's really awesome. And I'm with you. Ella said she wants it all. She can't pick just one. So I love that. Okay. So then, oh yeah, Han, that's an amazing machine. And of course you cannot go wrong with a Kai. I think I'm going to go with Ella. I want it all too. I just want everything. And then it was great having Devin here with Kai, and we had got a few more questions about Kai that we're going to address a little bit later before we close out the day today. So that's awesome. Now, remember, when we're talking about machines, we have the lowest price that we can have on our website, and you'll see that price listed as we talk about the machines, or if you go back to our website and look at them. But many of them will say call for even a better event price, and that is because we can only show you how a certain price, and we have specials that are lower than we're allowed to advertise online. So make sure you give us a call, or stop into one of our stores, and we can give you that awesome price. And okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one of my very favorite things. I love embroidery, and I love embroidery machines. And I've had an embroidery business since, well, heaven's sake, since the 6 needle used a floppy disk. Okay, so back from the dawn of time. So we're going to talk about a couple of machines today. And remember, all the machines that we're showing you today, we can actually ship to you wherever you may be. So, and shipping in the contiguous U.S. is free for anything over $100. And if you live in Alaska, Hawaii, we can still arrange shipping for there as well. So just contact us and we'll get with you. Okay, so I have 2 machines here. I have the Capella and the Array. Both of these are baby lock machines, and we're going to start by their similarities. Now, we'll stay at this camera for just a minute. I gave a heads up to our camera folks, because, you know, we're doing all sorts of weird things and we make their life so difficult. So I'm gonna go off script for a second. So I just want to show you both of the machines. Now, there are some similarities between the machines. They are both what you call a free arm machine. And what that means is that it has this area here that doesn't have a flat table. So if you've ever hemmed a pair of pants or a cuff, then you've used a free arm on your sewing machine. And this machine has a free arm for embroidery. And what that means is that you're going to be able to do projects like ball caps and see, we have ball caps, we have tote bags, shirts, all those sort of things, and you're going to be able to use those and do them without having to turn things inside out and upside down. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. The other thing I want you to know about these machines is that they have the threading system up top. Okay, and it's really easy to use. You really don't even have to mess with the tensions, but you can if you want to. But this is a rotary style tension, and if I pull it up, you might be able to see that little, oh, there you saw the glint right in there. There's a little wheel in there that actually the thread goes around, and it will just, it turns, so there's no pressure on the thread as it's coming through. So you can actually stitch with metallic threads very, very easily, because it rotates around instead of being pinched between discs. So that's the tension style on both of these machines. Now, they do thread a little bit different, and I'll go over that when we talk about the machines themselves. But the other things that make them similar is they both have a rather small footprint. They're 18 inches from right to left, so they don't take up a huge amount of space. But if you love to do embroidery, this is, what is it? The cat's meow. This is the cat's pajamas. It's the end all be all of embroidery machines, because you can do so many things. I quilt with mine. I do ball caps. I do tote bags. I do little kids things. I do everything on my multi-needle, and I absolutely love it. So let's start over here on the Capella. Now, this is what is considered a single needle machine. It still has a setup that the multi-needles have, but this one is one thread at a time. And it's really easy to change the thread. Now, they all have needle threaders, which is handy, but they're very easy to change the thread. If you want to change the color of thread, you're simply going to trim the thread, tie off, and pull it through. So it's really, really easy to do. Okay, so let me run over here real quick, and I'm going to show you from this side. We have a color touch screen, and this is really, really easy. Oops, oh, that actually worked. It's adjustable, and I didn't know where I was adjusting it to. So it comes with built-in designs, but you can also add designs with a USB stick. Okay, so in here you have lots of different fonts. You even have large monograms, large letters. You have monogramming, and then you have the alphabets that you can use from there. And then let me go back, and you also have built-in designs. And in the built-in designs, you have some really great designs that you can use. And I'm going to go back from there, and I also want to show you the shapes. Now the shapes are great if you want to build patches, and there's different shapes on the outsides. But you could build patches, you can do quilt labels, you can do all sorts of things with these. So you have lots of things that are built into the machine, including exclusive design sets. So they're not a set, but they're themes. So here in floral, you have lots of different ones there. And then you can also go over to, this is called variety. And so this is going to be a grab bag of different things. But as you see, you have lots of different designs that are built into the machine. But being able to utilize a USB and add in your own designs is fabulous. It's absolutely wonderful. So it has a needle threader, also has a thread cutter on it. It has everything. Now, if you take a look, before I show you a little bit more here, let's take a look on the back real quick. I want to show you some of the things that I have back here. I have a baby onesie. Let me see if I can, I'll just shift this a little bit, maybe. There we go. I went the wrong way, didn't I? How about that? There we go. Boom. Okay, so I have a baby onesie, towel. This is a bath mat with the rubber backing on it, but the machine went through it just absolutely beautiful. So you can customize and do your own bath mats if you want to. I've done over here dog collar and leash, towels, hats, little bags, all sorts of things. So it is endless what you can do with this machine, or either one of these machines. Okay, so this machine is the Capella, and let me shift it back a little bit because I think I moved it out of Chris's shot and he might have to have my head. So let's take a look and see if I didn't, he's not going to kill me yet. Okay, so this machine comes with 2 different hoop sizes. It has the 11 by 7/8 by 11 by 7.9. So it's nearly 12 by 8. Okay, it comes with this nice big hoop, and then also it comes with a 4x4 hoop, and I use this one a lot. Now, as you can see, we have a little teeny tiny t-shirt hooped in this hoop. Now, here's where that free arm really comes in handy, because you can hoop this, and then all you need to do is come out. See that I've got it inside the thing. What I do is I just touch this the little free arm, just so I know I'm not squishing my layers together. I don't want to get it caught and stitch the back to the front. And then we're going to slip the hoop in. And now the bottom part of the shirt, the back part, is hanging free, and you can embroider something that normally you'd have to turn inside out and really, really be careful with. You don't have to worry about that so much. Okay, so this is a really fun, easy machine. It's very easy to use. I'm going to bring up, let's bring up the word sew, S, and I'm going to go to a lowercase. Oh, that's a different size. I'm on the side of it. Let me get it back big for you so you could see that. And then I'm going to go to lowercase and put an E, W, and then set. And then this machine also has, when I go to embroidery, it has the ability for us to turn on a drop light. And I don't know if you can see that on the camera. Oh, there it is. Good deal. This will show you right where the center of the design is, so you know exactly where you're sewing. So this is an awesome feature on this machine. Another thing that it has, I'm going to switch to the other side here so you can see it a little bit. Let me rotate the machine a bit. It has a bobbin winder built into the machine. So if you are doing those lace projects, like the freestanding lace, or other projects where you want the back to show, you can actually wind a bobbin that coordinates with it. Okay, is there anything you can't do with a single needle on a flatbed that you can? Let me read it again. I think you're asking me, is there anything on here you can do that you can't do on a flatbed? Is that, I might be a little bit rummy. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I don't have to babysit it. Because if you're doing something with that you have to turn inside out, like a tote bag or a a little shirt, a onesie, you have to really make sure that you have that fabric out of the way. The other thing that you can do with this, because it does have this free arm, or it's actually called a tubular arm, you can do ball caps, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit. Okay, so this is just a nutshell of this machine, and so I'm going to come over here to this machine, and we're going to talk about the array. Now the array is the big sister to the Capella, and this machine has 6 needles. Okay, so what that means is that this machine will automatically switch the threads for you while you're sewing. So you can actually, this is like the Ron Popeil Showtime grill of sewing, because you can set it and forget it. You will bring in your design, and then you tell it what colors you want to do, and automatically switches for you. But it has some other things that I want to share with you. Now, it has built-in designs. It has 50 fonts built into it, including this beautiful exclusive script that is in here. Oh, that's a glare. Let me see if I can make that worse. Let's see if I can make it worse. There we go. That's better. Okay, so it has that beautiful script, and I'm going to go back, but there's 50 fonts that are built into this machine. And with my business, I use these fonts a lot, because when I personalized something, I would just come in here and type in the name, and I made money just by pushing a button. It was really cool. And then also it does have decorative stitches built in. This one even has buttonholes that are built in, so you can put in the perfect buttonhole. Now, when we're talking about, like, say, a shirt front and you're adding the buttonholes, this one comes with the little hoop, and this little guy is 2.4 by 1.6. It also comes with the 4x4. It comes with the 5x7, and then it also comes with that 11 by 8, or nearly 11 by 8. Okay, or 12 by 8. It's 11.8 by 7.9. Okay, so you're going to get all those hoops with that. So this one comes with more hoops, and I want to show you something really cool. So you notice this one does have that free arm function, or the capability here, but let's take a look at how something really cool on this machine works. So I'm going to slip this hoop on. Now this is a 5x7, and to change to a different hoop, all we have to do is loosen a screw and slide the arm in and out. You don't need any special tools. Okay, so we're going to go in, and there are decorative patterns in here. There's designs. There's also the frame, so you can make your quilt labels and such. But we're just going to go in and grab a letter. And I'm going to grab, let's do, this is one of my favorite fonts. So we're going to bring in, and we're going to do Sweetheart. So S, and I want to choose the middle size, and then we're going to lowercase and do W, E, E, T, H, I got to find it, H, E, A, R, T, Sweetheart. Okay, now I'm going to say set. Now, I want this to embroider out, so I'm going to say edit end. But what I want, and let me show you the hoop. You can stay where you are. I'm going to bring this to you. If you notice on my hoop, I have my place where I want my word to go is here, and it's not straight in the hoop, right? Okay, because how many times do you hoop something and you can't get it in the hoop straight? So why stress about it? Let the machine do it for you. So I'm going to slip this in, and I want to go back and edit. I want to make this a little bit smaller, because he's bigger than I want him to be. I'm going to squish him. Okay, so now I want to go in, I'm going to say edit end, and now I want to place it on the fabric. Now this is going to be fun, Chris, because we're going to go from here to here to here to here. Okay, you with me? Okay. All right. So I have my word here, and now I'm going to tell it I want to place the design. Okay, so what it wants to know, did I push it? I did. It wants to know the first location for my what I want to place. Well, I want to place the middle, because I want that crosshair to be in the middle, but I want it to be the middle bottom because I want the base of my word to sit on that line that I drew. Okay, you with me? So I'm going to touch center bottom and that blue dot move to the center bottom. Okay, so now I'm going to touch next. Now, what it wants to know is, do I want to place my design on the line this way or this way? And since my design goes this way, I want to leave it so it's going, see how it has a line going that way? That works for me. If I had a tall bunny rabbit with ears, I would choose the up. Okay, so I'm going to leave it the way it is and I'm going to touch next. So now it wants me to place this red dot where I want it on the fabric, and it gives you all the information there. But I'm going to look here and my red crosshair is not over my crosshair there, so I'm going to use the arrows on my the keypad, and I'm going to move my crosshairs right into position. So now my X on my fabric and the red X intersect. I'm good to go. So now on the screen, I'm going to touch the word next. So now it wants to know the up and down. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and look, and my X is way off my line. So I'm going to use the keypad again and move that up so it fits right on that dot. Okay, I think that looks good. And now I'm going to say set, and you're going to notice that it moved the word and put it right into the right place. So when we go to embroidery, we're just going to go here, and I think I want this to stitch out in turquoise. So I'm going to use the magic wand and tell it turquoise and go lock and go, and now it's going to stitch out and be in the right spot. So now let's talk about ball caps while it's stitching. We're going to talk about ball caps. Ball caps are tons of fun. And I'm going to move over here and try to be away from, let me know if you can hear okay. If you guys can't hear, then let me know. Okay, so put that in the chat. If the machine's just too noisy, then I'll turn it off. Okay, and Lisa, since you're up, I found it. Whew. Okay, all right. Okay, thanks, Mary, for telling me you can hear me. Okay, so we're going to talk about ball caps. Now, one thing about ball caps are very, very popular. But the thing is, you're not going to use a flat hoop for a ball cap because it doesn't fit in. And if you try to put it in there, you can. I mean, they make products that can do that. But the problem is then you're manhandling your hoop and you're making it you're misshaping the hoop. So let's talk about how you do that. So we're going to come over here, and I'm going to rotate the machine just a smidge for you, because we're going to talk about making a hoop. Now a hat. Now a hat, since it is round, right? The hoop is round, so we're going to need a round hoop. So I have here a mounting jig. I have the mounting jig, I have the actual hoop itself, okay? And then I am going to grab the cap driver. So this is the thing that's going to go onto the machine. So let's put this on the machine first. So I think the angle we have the machine at might be a good one. So first thing I want to do is go back to home and get rid of the part that I had on there. But I'm going to take this off, the arm off that holds the hoops, because we're going to put on a different hoop. Okay, so take this off, and I'll just set this down here. Now, I didn't need any special tools. It's just this little thumb screw that you just take out. Now, we're going to put the cap driver on, and it actually has its little screws in there, so I'm going to take those out. This is the longest part, is getting the screws out. Okay, so now this is going to go onto the same bracket that I just took the arm off of. See this little guy back here? And there, can you see there's a pin? So I'm just going to take this and place it right on there and line up my little pin and that pin there. And now I'm ready to go. And then we will put this on And now it's ready to go and accept my ball cap. Okay, so now let's hoop a cap and I'll show you how to do that. It's so easy. And over here, back over here. Okay, so this is the universal cap frame. It works for all of the multi-needle machines. And how this works is we have this little piece here that is actually going to hold the cap onto the cap frame, and I have an open and a close, and let me see if I can, let me see which way is open, which way is closed. That's open. Okay. All right. So now let's take the cap, our cap itself, and on the cap hoop here, on the hoop, there are little teeth right along here. So I want to take my stabilizer and slip it underneath this little, kind of like a little tongue that's on the cap hoop, and there's nubbins or little teeth, and I want to get the stabilizer just in that a little bit so it will hold on. Now this cap's already been done, but I want to show you how you do it. So on the cap, you want to lift up the sweatband, okay, and then we're going to place it on the cap hoop right there, and then this little guy will go right in, and I'm going to take this off and show you, but it's going to go right in there and slip into the cap hoop. Okay, so here's how this is, so you can get a good close-up. We have the cap, and you see the little seam right here where the cap goes on to the fabric of the cap. We're going to put that on and slip this on so the teeth go right into that seam line. Okay, and then there's a big nubbin right here. That's the center. So you can shimmy it a little bit if you want to, but you can always shimmy it on the cap frame itself. And that is going to be the center of your design. So now we're just going to slip this the cap bracket here down into into this little piece here. And can you hear it click? Now it's locked into place, so it's ready to go. And then we just simply want to put a cap clip on each side, and you do use 4 of those. I'm just going to use just do 2 right now, but you would use 4 at home. Okay, now, yeah, okay. Can you order on the back of the cap? Absolutely. I would put names and little designs on the back of the cap, little designs if I was using a pro style cap. If it has the Velcro or a closure on the back, then you're probably going to be limited more to a name or something like that. But yes, absolutely you can. Okay, so now we're going to take this off of the driver, or I'm sorry, off of the mounting jig, and we're going to put it onto the machine. Now, when you're putting this on the machine, it doesn't go straight on because the bill won't let it go on. So you just rotate it and then rotate it back, and then we just clip it into place. Let me find out where I am. Aha, my hoop is still on here crooked. So okay, there he goes. Now he's on there, and let's just bring up a design just so you could see. I'll just bring up a letter real quick because I want you to see how this happens. I'm going to pull an A up, just an A, and then if you can see, yeah, can you see it? Is it glary? Where do we need to go? There? Okay. So notice how the A is right side up. When I say set, now it knows the cap hoop is on. So when I say set, it's going, and embroidery, it turns the A upside down because it knows it needs to sew it that way. So it's right side up when you're on, the cap is on the human being. So that's really awesome. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got over here. So that's caps. Now caps are really easy. If you struggle with caps, if you have a multi-needle, you might look at the universal hoop for the caps. It's awesome. And I tell you what, I have done thousands of hats and I've made a lot of money on caps. So that is a big money maker. But take a look at how easy it was to get a perfect placement of our word right here. There we go. And that was while we were on video and not in our normal workroom, right? So that turned out absolutely perfect. So imagine being able to utilize that tool to get precise positioning as much as you can. Okay, so what about stitching on the brim? Well, that's a very interesting question, Candace. When you see a ball cap that has stitching on the brim, it was done while the cap was flat, before it was made into a ball cap, because you don't stitch through the brim. For one, that would be really difficult on the machine, but then you would see the bad side on the back side. So if you want to do something like that, you can use some of the, Floriani has a fusible product that escapes my brain right now, and I believe OSD does too, that you can put on the back, and then it's a permanent, like a patch. It makes a patch, and you can add that to the brim if you want to. Okay, so are there any other questions? Oh, good, Paula, we'll get you one. If you want one, we can do that. Okay, and I'm trying to read through. Okay, all right. So you might be interested in how I did the leash and the collar. And that was really easy. There was a question. Okay, you're going to tell me when it comes, right? Right here. Oh, there's a question right there. Are there quilting designs on it like the Luminaire? On this machine, there are not. On the 10 needle, there are. So in the quilting designs, where is my... Is it over by you, Alyssa? Yes, Alyssa, behind you, the white with the blue thread right there on the bottom. Behind you. Look at this magic of a team right here. Okay, so what Candace is asking about, or was it Candace or it was someone else, wasn't it? So these are the designs that are built into the Luminaire and the Solaris that you can use for quilting, and you can use them to quilt your project, or you can put them around an embroidery design. So if you have the Stellar, the Solaris, you know, then you're used to those. But if you have the 10 needle version of this machine, it does have, the recent one does have these patterns in it. And of course, if you have PE Design or Palette, PE Design 11 or Palette 11, then you can, these designs are in the software and you can then use those. Okay, and then can you do quilting? Absolutely. The quilts can hold an awful lot of bulk, so all your layers of your quilt can be put into the hoop. You can even get a flatbed table that will go over here. It fits over here and closes off our free arm, and it becomes a flatbed, and that will support the weight of like blankets and Carhartt coats and the bath mat and stuff like that I showed you. And I have on the 6 needle machine, I have done Carhartts and horse blankets and all sorts of crazy things. So yes, so that would be, it's so much fun. And if you want to have a business with this, this is a workhorse, and it can do just about everything you need for a business. And like I said, I started with a 6 needle that was a floppy disk. The 10 needle that uses a USB is so much better, but hey, a 6 needle with a USB and the placement tools, I didn't have placement tools, is so awesome. And you can let people pay for your play habit. So you can have a business if you want to and use this for that, and then you can get the income and buy more thread and more toys. And that's lots of fun. And if you want to do it just for fun at home, that's perfect too. I loved having this for my business because when I wasn't working, it was my play machine. So I kind of got the best of both worlds. Now, if you're interested in any information, more information about the multi-needle or other machines that we have, on our website, we do have Learn to Use series on different machines, and we even have a whole series on the multi-needle. So you might be interested in taking a look at those and get some more information there. Now, real quick, I did say I was going to tell you how I did the leash and the collar. I did use the big hoop for that, and I put in the sticky stabilizer, the one that has the release paper. And then once I tore off the release paper, I set it on top of my cutting mat. And you can see just ever so slightly through the stabilizer and see the straight lines from the cutting mat. And I would just line up my leash right along there, and I used the built-in letters from the machine and simply typed in what I wanted. I put in my pup's name, and on the collar there's a name and a phone number, and I just, of course, on that I did open up the collar. I didn't take it out of the stuff, I just made it as long as it could be so I could put the numbers on there, and it's stitched through just the one layer. But this machine is a workhorse. It sews through it like butter, so it's really, really awesome. And if you've been watching all day today, I've been saying butter a lot. So anyhow, oh, poor Chris, I'm making him hungry. I'm sorry about that. So I'll say butter and toast next time. Okay, so please go back and watch any of our videos that you might want to do, but let's talk about the pricing on this machine. So on the wonderful Capella, we have the Capella. This is the single needle. Now this one is going to stop when it's time to change a color. The machine knows when it's time for a new color. It's going to stop, and you're simply going to tie off the thread and pull it through. So this machine is normally $79.99. It's on sale for $59.99. And remember, it has the laser placement guide. It has the bobbin winder built in, but it also is coming with the wonderful box of, it's the Incredible Threadable. And that box, let me show it to you in person, live and in person. Yeah, we're all fine here. Okay, you want to, okay, this is the Incredible Threadable, and this has all these beautiful rayon threads. There are 80 different colors in here, and so this is great if you take your machine or you want to go to a quilt retreat or something like that, or a sewing retreat, and this actually acts as a spool stand as well. And then it also comes with this great bundle of stabilizers. So this is all the different types of stabilizers that you need to get going. There's cutaway, tear away, there's wash away, there's all sorts of stuff in here. There's even the sticky, so you can do your dog collars in that. And you put that on the floor. And by the way, too, the 6 needle, I would take that 2 places with me, and I would have my business running on the go at conventions and things like that, and soccer tournaments and horse shows, things like that. So it's a great machine because it is portable. Not like a pocket pet, but it has rubber gaskets on here, so it's easy. They're easy to lift up and 2 people to carry. Okay, so that was the Capella. So you saw that sale price on that. Let's just bring it up one more time. So only $59.99. Amazing machine, and this does go up to that full 8x12 hoop, and this is a great price, and this is the best price that we can even tell you about online. But if you call our stores, we can, or our online number at 1-800-687-5175, we can even give you a better price, a price we can't even say online. We're not allowed to. So you're going to want to take advantage of that. So give us a call, but you get that bundle as well. And also with the bundle, you get the 60-day Sew Ed bundle, and that is online classes available 24/7, and it's on all different Baby Lock products. So if you want to learn about quilting or embroidery or sewing or sergers, you have access to everything, the full library for 60 days. Okay, now let's talk about the array, and this is the 6 needle machine, and this machine is awesome. Its regular price is $14,999. It is on sale for $11,999, or only $250 a month for 48 months, and that's only like 12.5 ball caps a month, and you will have, well, maybe even a dozen. You'll have your payment for that if you want to have a business. Now, you also are going to get the thread box. You're going to get that bundle of stabilizer. You're going to get the 60-day Sew Ed trial membership, and you get this machine. Now remember, this machine had the placement with the crosshairs, and then we tipped the words so they fit absolutely perfect on the fabric. It comes with over 50 fonts built in, has the USB port. Oh, and I didn't mention, it's wireless. It will even tell your app on your phone when the bobbin has run out and needs to be fed. It's really awesome. So this machine has it all. It comes with the 4 hoops, and it is the creme de la creme. You're going to absolutely love it. So remember to call our store or our 800 number that's on the little ticker there on the screen, and you're going to be able to learn about an even better price than the one that I shared with you. So it's absolutely a phenomenal deal. And remember, you can have a business Small or big, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you want to make it. And why not let other people pay for your hobby and what you want to play with? Or if you love to embroider but you want to sew too, why not get in the ultimate embroidery machine that has a free arm, so you're not limited to what you want to stitch on. You can do hats, you can do bags, you can do pant legs, you can do sleeves, all sorts of things because of that free arm. So I love these machines. They're so much fun, and I think you're going to have fun with them too. Well, we're about ready to see something, like I said earlier, it's very illuminating. So I'm going to turn it over to Carmen, and she's going to talk to you about getting the best lighting for your room.
Hi everybody, Carmen here. Thank you, Reva. That was amazing. I love those multi-needle machines. It's just amazing, and single needle machines when you have that free arm embroidery. Like, wow. So amazing, and we have such good prices on those right now. Well, this looks fun. The way my lamps are like forming over me here. So I set them up like this so that way we can talk through them. All of my lights, these lamps are off right now. And so you can sort of see behind me, actually if I go this way, daylight, this is what the daylight lamps look like in their boxes. And the daylight lamps are the lamps that we really champion at Quality Sewing. And the reason why we champion these lights is because they are really amazing. They are top quality. They produce amazing light. You don't need to replace light bulbs. I will get to that. They are just they're just really phenomenal. So first, let's talk about why do you need more lighting for your sewing room? And the reason for that is most of our rooms have some overhead lighting, right? But most of our overhead lighting is really not quite good enough. And as we age or as we work on things that are fine detailed, our eyes tend to fatigue. And sometimes when you get a headache from doing work like that's close up, it can actually be due to light. Or when you just sort of feel like your eyes are tired, it can be because there's not enough light in your space. And a lot of times when you're sewing, you are really, getting close to things. That's the reason why our sewing machines have continued to increase the amount of lighting that machines have. It used to be our sewing machines had that one little light bulb, and now there's all of this illumination in our sewing machines, and our whole sewing room creates a better experience for us if we have good light. And what Daylight has done is they have created a lot of different lamps. I'm showing you today our top selling lamps. So these are not all of the lamps that they have. They have tons of different types of lamps, and you can see them all on our website, qualitysewing.com. But these ones here are some of our favorites and definitely our top sellers. So that's why we're going to go over them. So the first lamp that I want to talk about is the Daylight Slimline lamp. So this guy right here, I'm going to flip it down. Earlier, I guess it was blocking my face, so that was probably not great, but we'll put it here, and we're going to turn this on so you can see how much light, look how much light was just added just from this one light. And you can see I can move this. What's fun about these slimline lamps is that they are slim. So you can see it's not taking up a lot of space, but they are on a bendable arm. This is the version of the lamp that is clamped. So you can see I've clamped it here to this cutting table. And so this can clamp to a cutting table or clamp to really any table. This attachment here is actually pretty big. I don't know if you can see my fingers. I'll put it against my black body here. It's pretty big, so you can, depending on the height, the width of the table, it could be narrower or bigger, and that clamp will move, so that way it can get clamped onto your table edge. And that's great because you can also move it around your room, and it's great on your sewing table or any table that you're using that you need more light, because this is also very flexible. So it moves, right? I can move it here, and it has all these points where it can move, so that way I can get it right where I might need it if I'm working on something, if that makes sense. And then this also moves, so that way you can really get your light right where you need it. So this one is called the Slimline Table Lamp, okay? And it is pretty phenomenal, but it has sort of a big sister. It has the floor model. So this is the Slimline floor lamp, and I'm going to pick it up here. I just turned it on. You can see its light has come on, but you can see it has a nice silver base, has the whole length here, and then it is the floor lamp, so it could sit on the floor, and then it does the same thing. It really moves all around, and I keep with my hand turning it on and off. So we will leave it on and not have it on and off, but that is the floor lamp. And if you have questions about these lights, please let me know. So the beauty of these lights is what makes them different than like most of the lights in our home is they are true light. So they're 6,000 kelvins, and this is like more like true light, much more like sunlight. And so it's giving you true light. So part of what is beautiful is when you want to look at colors, right? Like if I was picking out colors, which is a little pumpkin or something that's falling out of my beautiful freestanding plant here. If you're trying to look at colors, the true light will also help you see the true colors. And then all of these lamps, yes, there we go. You can see the true color there. All of these lamps are, you don't have to replace the light bulbs. They are guaranteed for 50,000 hours. I shouldn't say guaranteed, but it's 50,000 hours of time is how long they believe that each of these light bulbs will last. And I'm sure some of you have had these lights. They last a really long time. And 50,000 hours is really, I mean, that is a lot of times having a light on, and that is how long they last, which is why you don't have to replace the bulbs. How long do the joints last? What is the warranty? So they have a 1-year warranty. We will be your warranty service provider, and we don't really see very many problems with these at all. And I have not had the joints, like just this part, you know, I think what you mean is like how the slim lines bend. We've never had an issue with that part, if that makes sense. I haven't seen that wear out. So that hasn't been an issue that I've seen. So they'll last. What one would be best for a long arm? Okay, Miss Kimberly. So it depends. It sort of depends on your space. A floor lamp could be nice for a long arm because you can put it next to you. They also have some smaller lights. They have a small one that you can connect right to the sewing machine head itself. It sort of depends on where you're looking for more light. If you're looking for more overall room light, then I would put floor lamps all the way around. Okay, so, and I'm going to take a sip of my water. You can tell I've been talking for a little bit. So a little bit of talking. Can the bulbs be replaced? No, you do not need to replace the bulbs because they last for 50,000 hours, which is a lot longer than a typical light bulb. The Capella, once again, for the Capella, you might want to put a floor lamp right next to it. And the Capella is right over here. You can't see it, but I can see it. This would be a really nice height to put next to the Capella. So the other thing that they have, so these two are our best-selling lights, and I can tell you about the pricing here. This table light is regularly $244. It's on sale for $195, and then we have a special coupon code that we're going to put up there. So who can tell me, remind me what it is? I think it's Sweetheart 10. Sweet 10. Sweet 10, something like that. Sweet 10, if you enter Sweet 10 at checkout, you're going to get 10% off the sale price of any of the daylight lamps. So it's better than the sale price. So that would make this guy only $176. And then the other light here that we have is the floor light, and the floor light is regularly $309. And then our sale price is $229, but then when you use that 10% off the sale, right, using that Sweet 10, it's going to make it only $201. So basically $200, which is pretty great. So we have some specials on these lights. So the other daylight lamps that we have, I want to talk about is this is another floor lamp here. This guy is the Magnificent Pro, and what's cool about the Magnificent Pro is it's a 3-in-1. So, and I'm showing you this here because I have it set up as a floor lamp, but you can have it set up as a table lamp, or you can have it set up as a floor lamp, okay? Which is pretty cool because it's very, very versatile. You just take out a section of the lamp to make it the table lamp. But you can see here, I have it set up as the floor lamp, and this one has a lot of cool stuff. So first I'm going to turn it on. Look at how much brighter it's gotten, right? So this also has, this piece comes off, this is a magnifier. And once again, this moves. So if this was actually on the floor, which would be more likely what I would probably have, right? And I need to magnify something, I can use that magnifier, and then this has a cover, so I can cover it back up when I'm not using the magnifier. But that's why it's a 3-in-1 lamp, because it can be a floor lamp, it can be a table lamp, and it can be a magnifier all-in-one lamp. And this guy we have a really special price on. He's regularly $159. The sale price is $127, and then with that 10% off, it makes it $115. So that's pretty awesome. Okay, so we have all of these beautiful lights here. I have a couple more that I want to show you, and then I want to show you the wafer that I have hiding down here. So first I'm going to show you, we talked about the yo-yo here, and the yo-yo is right here. This is also a magnifier. So this guy is just a little, you can go in your pocket. It would be really easy, like if you're traveling, if you're, you know, there's just times when you just want a little extra light. This guy just opens up and then the light just turns on and off. And then it also has a magnifier on the top here. So if you need to get close to something and magnify something, there's a magnifier right in the top of this guy as well. This guy is also on sale. He is regularly $29.99. The sale price is $23.99. And then you get to take the 10% extra off of that. And then this guy is probably my favorite. And just because I love how slim it is. And this one, I don't know if you're noticing, neither of these have cords. And so all the ones we've talked about so far do have cords, but they do have quite a few ones that don't have cords. And I'm going to move this because this does look sort of hilarious in my face. We're going to put it back up here. It's like a lightsaber. So that's what these look like to me now. We have lightsabers happening in the sewing room because they're just so bright. And I can even I'm going to turn this guy off because I don't need quite so much light. Oh, and that's what I didn't actually show you earlier, but they have different light settings. So there's maximum, there's a medium, and then there's a low. So there's actually 3 settings on these lights. So a lot of them are dimmable as well. Okay, so this guy I really like because once again, it's very compact and it just plugs into a USB rechargeable. Exactly, Misty. It's just, you just plug it into a USB. This side is a USB-C, which is like our phones and stuff. And then the other side is just a standard USB. So it can go into any one of those bricks that you use with your phones. So this guy, you just turn on, has 3 different settings. And it really does provide a fair bit of light here. Really handy for if you're traveling, if you're taking it to class, if you're doing handwork, or if you're just somewhere where you need a little bit extra light close up. This guy is really handy. And then I love how it is gold here. Those rechargeable lights are great when there is a power outage. Yes, I totally agree. Very handy. I love things that don't have power cables because it's just so nice. The key is just obviously making sure that you are charging it, right? Got to charge it sometimes. So, and then that guy is, let's see here, the 1370, the Smart Go Rechargeable is what this guy is called. It's regularly $74.99. It's on sale for $59.99, and then you get to take the 10% off that as well. So that is awesome. And then finally here, I want to show you this guy. So this is what they call the wafer. Look, it's nice and thin. It's not super heavy. And this is a light table. So look at that. Woo! On, and you can see when it's off versus on. So this is amazing for the times when you need to trace something. Like if you do a lot of applique work and you want to trace something, you can lay your paper on here and trace. You can even get a cutting mat that can go on the top of this if you want to cut on top of it. And so light tables are great for any of those times that you really need to where you want to trace something or where you want to be able to see through. The light tables are very, very helpful. So what's great about these light tables is one, that they're thin and lightweight, which is why they call it the wafer, because it's, very portable, not super heavy. It doesn't ever get warm or hot. And that's the other thing I didn't mention about these, but none of these lights get hot or anything. And for sure, Caroline, the wafer is great for applique. Great for applique. There's also some other quilting techniques, I believe, that would be really helpful. Paper piecing, that's what I was thinking. I almost said it, but then I was like, I think paper piecing? I don't do a lot of paper piecing personally, but it would be great for paper piecing. And there's 3 different sizes of this. This is the wafer 2. This is our best-selling size, but there is a smaller one that's wafer 1 that's a little bit smaller, and then the wafer 3 that's even bigger. So just depending on what it is whatever it is that you're going to be doing. So the wafer 2 here is regularly $279. It's on sale for $223, and then you get an extra 10% off with that code. And that code will work for any of our daylight lamps. So even if I didn't talk about the daylight lamp, but you were like hoping to get one, and there's another one you've been looking at, like the Luminos or something, it will also work on those. So it can take an extra 10% off the sale price of any of our daylight lamps. So the other thing that I do have behind me that I forgot to mention is the other thing that a lot of times people like with this slimline lamp is they don't want to use the clamp. So you can actually buy a table base. So you can buy a table base separately, and then you can put the table base with your slimline, and then it would hook into the table base and it would sit right on your table. So that is another option. Does anyone have any questions for me about these daylight lamps? No? Okay.
Oh, there was one.
There's one. My team says there's one. There's a question coming. How long does the charge last? That depends on a couple things, Misty. It depends on the light, because it depends on how big. The bigger ones last a little bit longer than the smaller ones. And then also it depends on how, since there's different light settings on here, when you have it on full blast, it's not going to last quite as long. So every light's a little bit different. They do have a spec sheet that I think we have it on our website, and then also on Daylight's website, that tells you exactly how long everything will last, all of that good stuff, and then also the different settings for each light. Okay, so the daylight lamps are pretty phenomenal, and they are all on sale right now. Give yourself, it's amazing how much longer you can sew when you have good lighting in your sewing room. So I highly recommend getting a daylight lamp. You can see from the comments, lots of customers have them and they like it. Yes, Betsy. These lamps are perfect for imitating sunlight on a gray day. That's exactly, a lot of times I say, oh, well, we live in Seattle, or at least that's where Quality Sewing is from. We're in Western Washington. It's gray here a lot. But even, I know lots of times that you're sewing at night, you're sewing, whenever you don't have natural light, this is going to make your room feel like you have natural light in it. They even have some lamps that are designed to actually produce like true light and have light therapy connected to them. That's how good these lamps are. So if you need more light in your sewing room, these are the perfect way to go. They last a really long time. They're they've really been designed with the sewer in mind, which is awesome. Okay, so let's see here. I think we are about wrapping it up here. We only have a few more minutes. Reva's gonna come in and join me. Having a sip of my water here. My throat is raspy. We're going to do a little shifting and changing. I'm going to pull this away because we want to talk about the, sublimation printer. We want to make sure that you all know that you can like, comment, or share any of the videos from yesterday and today, any of our Sweetheart Sale videos. You like, comment, and share. You can do this on YouTube or on Facebook. And when you like, comment, and share these, that's why I move the lights around. I know it's like I have a halo above me here with the magnifier. If you like, comment, and share any of these videos, you'll be entered to win this sublimation printer. For those of you who are watching live, I do have a couple more prizes that I'm going to give out here in a minute, but Reva and I just want to take a few minutes and sort of recap all of the things that we've talked about over the last 2 days. We hope you have had fun. We have had a lot of fun presenting all of this great stuff for you. It has been great. So we want to go through all the different offers. So maybe we can have those slides that come up. And we can just sort of go off maybe from the top. We'll see if we can remember the order we did it in.
Okay. And while she's getting that, I got to say this one, the slimline that attaches to the tabletop, I actually have it in my sewing room attached to the bookcase on the side, and then it comes out over. So you don't have to have it on a tabletop. It can be something else.
It can really, exactly. And it can really clamp anywhere. As long as there's a little ledge to clamp it on. So if you missed some of the content at the beginning, you can always go back and watch it. It's going to be on our YouTube channel, and it will have the timestamp so you can watch the segments that you missed. So we're just going to overview quickly the different machines that we do have on sale. So first, the Baby Lock Triumph. It's regularly $79.99. It's on sale for $49.99. But call because we have a special event price. If you call or come into the store, we can get you that special event price, and it's coming with that great bundle. It's coming with all of those serger tools, the extra needles, the overlock table, the 60 Days Love of Sewing, which is tons of classes. It's 60 days of classes on Baby Lock's Sew Ed platform. You can watch them whenever you want from the comfort of your home. And it's not just about the Triumph, it's really about any of the Baby Lock products. And you get that for free for 60 days. And you also get the beautiful inspiration guide that covers all, it just shows you lots of different ways that you can use the serger, different ways to use the stitches. It really is full of inspiration, as the name alludes to. So Triumph is awesome. Tell us about the Victory, Reva.
Well, the Victory is a fabulous serger, and this is the one that does the overcasting. And it is regularly $29.99. It's on sale for only $14.99. Now that's our published sale price, but you can get it for an even better price if you give us a call. And it comes with the bundle that has the inspiration guide. And one thing I love about the inspiration guides is that the pictures are big and in your face, so you can see what bit or piece they're talking about. And they're written by sewers, not technicians who built the machine, which is also awesome. And then you get the 60-day Sew Ed membership, so you can learn more about that machine, or like you said, any of the other topics or sewing related machines or features. Oh, my favorite. These are my favorites. These were so much fun.
Reva did a whole, so that first segment we had was Linda Pacini did a whole segment on sergers. So even if you haven't, if you own a serger, it was a fun segment. You can learn more about sergers in that segment. But then Reva did a great segment on the Brother Print Moda and the sublimation printer. So the Print Moda, here we go. Which baby lock serger for home decor and clothing?
Ooh, that's a good one. Both of them would do a great job, but if you are a garment sewer, and the home deck too, if you go with the Triumph, it has the cover hem as well. And then that is going to give you the seaming and the hemming finishes that is in the industry, in the garment industry. Plus, there's lots of attachments that you can add on to make belt loops and all sorts of things on the Triumph.
Yeah, because everything that the Victory does, the Triumph does that and more. So they both do that 2, 3, 4 thread over edge, but then the Triumph also has that chain stitch and that cover hem and the 5 thread safety, which are all great things when you're doing garments.
Right, and it has the wave stitch.
And it has the wave stitch.
Which is a decorative fun stitch, which is really a unique thing. That would be great for home deck.
That would be really great for home deck. Yeah, pretty great. Okay, well, the Print Motor, Reva, tell us about this.
Okay, so the Print Motor, there's 2 printers. This is the Print Motor that we're looking at here. This is that, it does 11 by 17. It can do that as single sheets of paper, but it also uses a roll of either paper or fabric. It's inkjet is its base. It's an inkjet printer. And this is one that can replace the printer you have at home because it can print normal size. It can do an envelope all the way up to 5 yards long of a banner if you want to.
A fabric.
A fabric or paper, either one. So if you're a quilter, you might like this because you might want to print off pantographs.
Yeah, that's true. That's
and things like that. So regular price on this is $12.99. It's on sale for $9.99 and 99 cents. But if you notice, we have that lovely little message there. Call us and we will give you an even better price on this if you give us a call at our 800 number or one of our store locations in Western Washington. And that one you do on fabric. Now the next one that we had switched to is the sublimation printer. Now this one uses specific ink that is sublimation ink, and it prints on a special sublimation paper. And don't worry, it comes with some sublimation paper, and of course it comes with the ink. And then you will heat set that onto the fabric you want it to go onto. And you just need to make sure that it has polyester in it, at least 60% polyester or 100% polyester. And we did have a question about doing things like mugs and things like that. So if you have a mug that you want to do, you just have to make sure you get one that says it's available for sublimation so you can wrap it and then heat it. There's devices or little things you can use so you can pop it in your oven and heat set it that way, but make sure it says for sublimation. But this is an amazing thing to add to your sewing room, and it's so much fun. So it's only $399.99, and I want to make sure mine's ready to go in the car as I leave today so I can take one home. Anyway, so
yes, well, and remember, with the sublimation printer, you can also like, comment, and share any of our videos, any of the Sweetheart Sale videos, the ones from yesterday or today. And by like, commenting, and sharing, you are entering to win. And we will be giving one of these away, and we will pull the winner on February 19th. And our sale is going until February 19th. So you have a little bit of time. Some of these things are limited to stock on hand, so you don't want to miss out. If you've been thinking about something, you're going to want to give us a call or come into one of our stores soon.
Yeah, don't delay.
Don't delay.
You might be sad.
And then this has been a real winner.
This
We've
is
already
like
sold
the
a lot
bundle
of
the day. This is amazing.
Yes. So the OESD freestanding lace bundle, we talked about this. If you missed the freestanding lace segment, that Kimberly from OASD did. She really takes you through how to build freestanding lace. What are the tools you need? And then we have this wonderful bundle that includes the stabilizer, the punch, the alligator clamps, the clips, and the mini mat. It has an MSRP. It's regularly $113 and it's on sale right now for only $69.99. It's one of our sweetheart deals. So this is on sale on the website. You can just go there for any of the notions that we talked about, and they are already on the sale price. You can just go to our homepage, qualitysewing.com, and there's a banner at the top that says Sweetheart Sale, and you can put these in the cart. Chris, yes, we will notify the winner. We will message you on Facebook or YouTube, depending on which platform you are on, and we will also announce it on our email list. So I'm going to plug our email list. If you want to know what's going on with Quality Sewing, please go to our homepage and sign up for our email list, sign up for our SMS texting, because we have special offers that we send out. When we do things like this, we always make sure we announce on both those platforms, via our email anyway, of who has won. Will Quality carry the sublimation ink for that printer? Yes, we can definitely order that for you. We don't have it at the moment, I don't think, but we can definitely bring it in, and we probably will. Okay, next. Oh, let's talk about the Juki
TL18 QVP. This is an amazing, powerful machine. It's built on an industrial chassis, and it's a straight stitch powerhouse machine. It has it's just amazing. We talked about that yesterday, and so you're going to love that machine. The regular price is $18.99, and it's on sale. Our published price is $15.99, but if you give us a call, we can save you even more money with a deal that's too good to even list online.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then we have the NQ3550. This guy, we have a great special on him. Right now the sale price online is $29.99. This is sewing, quilting, and embroidery. It does everything, and it has that 6x10 hoop. We do have a very exceptional price on this, so just give us a call or pop into a store and we can let you know about what that one is.
And all the machines that we're talking about today that you're seeing, and all the products we can ship.
Yes, we can
anywhere
ship these
in the U.S.
Yep, we can ship these anywhere in the U.S. Exactly. And then we have some beautiful cabinets here. So the Kangaroo Sydney here, there's a hydraulic lift version or electric lift. So we have both of them on sale. Give us a call for the event price. The sale price of the one is $24.99 and $29.99 for the other one. And right now they're both coming with a free chair. And you also get to pick which color you want this cabinet in. The beautiful thing about sewing furniture is you can make it match your aesthetic of your house by picking the colors that you like. And then because they have those lifts, you get that beautiful flush area, and it just makes it so much easier to sit down and sew.
So much more ergonomic.
So much more ergonomic.
So much longer.
Yes. And then this is a hot deal. So the Harriet, like 2 days ago, was $9.99 was the sale price, and right now it is only $6.99. That is a great deal on a lovely cabinet there that has storage. You're not going to miss out. This is very limited time at this price. And then, of course, the Aero hydraulic sewing chairs. These are a favorite. We sell a ton of these chairs. They are just awesome. You can open them up and store stuff. They come in all these fun colors, whether or not you want a solid or a print. And we do have a special event price on these. So they're regularly $4.99. The sale price is $3.99. And then we do have an event special. So give us a call for the event special or come into any one of our 10 store locations and we can get you set up with that.
And I suggest you go back and look at the video from yesterday, because there are two other colors or two other prints. There's a print and there's a purple chair, and there's also a dog chair that is really cute. So it's just not pictured in that picture.
Yes, and all of the things we've been talking about here, as we recap the things we went over, we do have a presentation. So there was a whole Kangaroo Aero presentation about sewing furniture. I did a presentation on that Brother NQ 3550. Reva had a presentation on the Juki. And then, of course, the next machine here is the beautiful Altair, and Patty did a lovely presentation about all the different things that you can do, not all, but some of the things. There's so many things that this machine does. And it's amazing.
Things, yeah.
And this machine's coming with a beautiful bundle right now. So tell us a little bit more about this one, Reva.
Okay, so this machine has the ability for you to communicate wirelessly with your machine. You can also create design quilting designs, like was asked a few minutes ago about the multi-needles, but you can add those quilting patterns right into the design that you're building, and you can build something right from scratch. But this comes with that beautiful, incredible threadable that has 80 different spools of thread in all the colors, beautiful rayon thread. It has that bundle of stabilizer that will get you going, and you'll just have everything that you need no matter what project you want to work on. It also has a really beautiful needle pack that has an assortment of all different types of needles and packages of needles, not just single needles, but packages of needles, so you have what you need at your fingertips when you need it. Then you also have a beautiful rainbow collection of construction thread, so for your sewing projects, and that wonderful 60-day Sew Ed membership where you can learn more about this machine and other sewing related topics and different machines.
Awesome. And then we have the Meridian, which is the dedicated embroidery version of the Altair. So it's going to do all of those embroidery features, but it does not have any sewing features, just dedicated embroidery, which sometimes can be really nice. If you already have a sewing machine, you can have a second machine that's just doing your embroidery. So it can be embroidering away and you can be sewing on your other machine. And this guy is regularly $89.99. It's on sale for $64.99. It is also coming with that stabilizer bundle with the 82 spools of rayon thread and that incredible threadable. And then of course the 60-day, all Baby Lock machines come with 60 days of their Love of Knowledge, which is their platform of classes. So these are digital classes that you can watch from the comfort of your home anytime, day or night, and you get 60 days for free, and it's really fun to go in and learn a ton about your machine. And then of course we do have a special event price on that.
Oh, the Ditto. This is awesome. I hope you enjoyed this, how we kicked off the day today. And so if you didn't see this, go back and take a look at Amanda on her presentation of the Ditto. Ditto is the sewing pattern end all be all. It is the digital projector that will actually show you your pieces right on your cutting table, so you don't have to have paper patterns laying around. And the cool thing is that it fits the pattern exactly to your measurements if you're using a Ditto pattern. Oh, but it can also use your PDFs, so it will project those as well, which is awesome. So the price on this is amazing. It is only $3.99, and I know when I bought mine, mine was a lot more than that, because I got mine when it first came out, and we've had some wonderful discounts that have come up, and I don't regret buying mine when I did, because it has been so much fun. So at $3.99, you'll love it. You'll love it.
Exactly. Such a deal. And then today we had a great presentation on the Little Rebel. So the Little Rebel is a new machine by Grace. And look at all that throat space. It has 13 inches. I think it's 13 by 8. 13 inches from needle to the side and 8 inches top to bottom there. So it's a great quilting machine. And that is on sale right now for $24.99. And you know what I've sort of been failing to mention? We do have special financing on all of these different machines, so you can bring it down to a nice low monthly price. Like this machine is, only $139 for 18 months, so per month. So that's pretty awesome. And then we do have a special event price. But really the thing I'm most excited about with this Little Rebel is when you combine it with the Cutie Breeze and the QCT6, because then you are off and away, and the QCT6 is quilt automation. So instead of you having to drive the machine, you just plug it into the tablet and you tell it what you want it to do, and it does all of the quilting for you. And I just love that.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And one thing to note about this machine and to remember is that it's a sewing machine. It's a high-speed straight stitch sewing machine. So you actually can sew. It has a built-in stitch regulator. So if you just want to do free motion because you want to do free motion, or you want to use it with your QCT, it's amazing. And to be able to have perfect quilting is so much fun.
It's so much
fun. The
fun.
results are so awesome.
So much fun, yes. And then we do have a special price back on the Little Rebel to give us a call for this special price. Okay, so now we have the B77, which, I'm not sure we even threw this slide up earlier, but the B77 is the sewing the sewing and quilting machine that's sort of the little sister of the B79. And that, if you like those features that you saw on the B77 earlier, or the B79 rather, you can get the sewing and quilting machine here. It's on sale for only $14.99, and then we do have a special event price you can give us a call or come into the store for. And then its big sister is the B79 Yaya edition, and it has sewing quilting, and embroidery. So it has everything, the full kit and caboodle, and the embroidery machine does that 6x10 embroidery area, and I love the freebies with this machine. It's coming with the version 9 creator software. That is editing and digitizing software. It sells by itself for $9.99, and it is coming free right now with the B79 Yaya Han edition, and it's coming with 8 additional feet on top of all of the feet that normally come with the machine. So it's really a huge value at a sale price of only $24.99. And then for a limited time, we do have a special price on this. And if you want that event price, just give us a call or come into any one of our store locations and we can get you hooked up with that awesome event price.
Okay, the Capella. This is a fun moving into an industrial style machine, but it's great whether you're a home sewist or you want to have a business. This is a single needle machine that has the capability to do free arm work and do ball caps, little tiny baby onesies or tote bags or anything like that. So this is a great machine, and it is so easy to use, and it comes with a great bundle. It has that 80 spool thread pack from Madeira, the rayon thread in that incredible threadable. It also has the bundle of stabilizer and the 60-day Sew Ed membership, and it's regularly $79.99. It's on sale for $59.99, but if you give us a call, you can save money, and we'll give you that special price when you give us a call.
And finally, I think this is the last machine in our list here, the beautiful Array. So this is awesome, 6 needle machine, and it just does all the things that Capella does, plus a ton more because it has 6 needles. So that means that you can put a design in that's 6 colors and it'll do the whole thing start to finish, and it won't stop for the color change because it has all the colors and all the needles right there. So fast, so great. It would be particularly great if you were thinking about starting a home embroidery business. This machine would be ideal for that. This guy's regularly $14.99. It's on sale right now at $11,999. We do have a special price on it if you give us a call or come into one of our store locations. And then, of course, it is coming with this great bundle. And what am I missing? Is there anything else we should add about this guy?
Well, he's great for the embroidery enthusiast. So even if you don't want a business, because it is perfect for a business, but if you just love to do embroidery and you want to do it faster because you don't want to babysit your machine and wait for the threads to change, because this changes it for you. It has a needle threader. It does everything automatically. This is the perfect machine. In fact, I leave mine running when I go to bed, and it will, when I get up in the morning, I have a design done. It's awesome.
That's awesome. I love it. Just be efficient. Have it do the work.
That's right.
I love it. Okay. So we have the sale. Our sale just started and it's going until February 19th. It is our Sweetheart sale. We talked about a ton of different notions and accessories, the Kai scissors, the daylight lamps, the Quilter Select rulers from today, which were pretty awesome. All of the OESD items, so many great things. All of these things are on sale. You can buy them on our website and you can get them if you go to qualitysewing.com. Awesome, Misty. You're going to love your little rebel.
Oh,
congratulations.
Good. So much fun.
You can go to our website and on the homepage is a big banner that says Sweetheart Sale. You can click on that. It will take you to our landing page that has I think about 5 pages worth of product of all the different things we've talked about. And all of these notions and accessories are on sale. They're at our low sale price. You can put those in your shopping cart. We can ship them to you anywhere in the U.S. Or you could also select in-store pickup if that's easier for you and you live locally. So get your orders in. All of our machines are also on special and you can buy those on the website, or if you give us a call, we can also buy them over the phone or in any one of our store locations. And we do have special sales. And Lori, this is a great question. Do you have any 10 needles on sale? Yes. We even have other items on sale right now. All of our sewing machines are on sale. So if we didn't talk about the sewing machine you've been dreaming of, give one of our stores a call, give our 800 number a call, and we do have a special price for our Sweetheart sale. So check it out. We have special bundles and special prices right now. So we have lots of great deals and they go until February 19th. If you like, comment, and share either of these videos, you can be entered to win this beautiful sublimation printer. And I do have 2 more door prizes. Woohoo! So we should give these away. The first one I have here is this really fun, we were looking for more pink items, you guys. This has some pink on it. This is the really fun cape. It's a cape umbrella. I don't know if I should open it up. Should I open it?
No, it's been raining. If you open it inside, it's going to rain even more.
But well, you can see how pretty it is. It's a really pretty cape umbrella. And very fun. So this one is going to Ella Bly. Ella,
Yay.
you have won the Cape umbrella.
Now you'll
Congratulations.
have some brightness in our dreary days.
Some brightness in our dreary days. The next item that we have is a Choco Pen air erasable marker. Do you want to talk about this?
Absolutely. So sometimes you want to put a mark on your fabric, but you don't want to have it be wash out. This is really nice. It's a pink color, which is fun.
Yeah.
But after sometimes it will be a few hours, sometimes depending on the weather, it might be overnight. It will disappear off of your fabric, and even has an eraser on the other end. So if you make a mistake, you can just erase it right off there. But this is wonderful to have in your sewing drawer.
Okay, and this one goes to
Shane Sews.
Sews.
Yay,
This
Shane.
one's for you. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching live. We love having you live here. It was super fun. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you learned a couple of things. If you have questions, even if you're watching this later and you have questions, if you post to our YouTube page or our Facebook page, we will answer your questions. We have people who monitor both of those things, and pretty great. So if you have any questions, just let us know. Reva, what am I missing? Am I missing anything?
You know, I think we may have covered it all.
Did we cover it?
Oh, I think we did.
so.
And I had a blast.
Me
So,
too.
you know, if we could do this every day through the 14th and we could have a Valentine's celebration, that would be great. But alas, we cannot. So, but I hope you guys have a good, well, you have some days to sew before Valentine's Day if you want to get some sewing
Lots
done.
of days to sew. You can make that cute OESD cake, any of these fun things. So if you have questions, let us know. Thank you so much. Like I said, our sale goes until February 19th. You're going to want to get in on any of these things, on any of those machines. We have sales on all of the machines. We have sales on those notions and accessories. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you again for our next live presentation. Happy sewing.